Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, you lovely folks joining me here nice and early over at Marvel Snap Zone. Welcome back for another late Friday night stream. Brand new sub coming in to start the stream. Appreciate you, Ray. Thank you very much. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. I'm having a lovely day. Hopefully you all are, fingers crossed. Even more brand new subs coming in nice and early. Matthew Reed, thank you. Appreciate you as well. Means a lot. We are back tonight for a little bit more in the way of ladder climbing. We're going to start exploring a few archetypes we've probably dabbled in a little bit before, a few that we haven't, a few things that we kind of want to get an idea about before our first tier list comes out on Monday, Tuesday. It will be Tuesday. So yeah, can't say there's too much in particular in store. Looking forward to trying out a few things that I think might be good, a few things that I think might not be good. But finally we have no featured location, no hot location, so hopefully we have a chance to explore what we can and can't do. Hi from Thailand, hi from England, hopefully you're doing very, very well. Going to be starting things off today with a deck that we actually finished on towards the end of the last stream. Updated a bit this time, but still a work in progress that I'm definitely kind of intrigued in, definitely want to see if I can keep working on. And that is going to be this incredible Moon Hulk list you see here. So if you joined me at the end of the last stream, you'll know roughly what this one is trying to do. If you didn't, maybe you won't. But we have a few different play patterns in this deck that we are looking to achieve. Most of them are based around Moon Girl here. Moon Girl is, of course, a very powerful card that has found a home in many of the dinosaur decks and many other decks in Marvel Snap. But she will essentially duplicate your hand on reveal. Which is great, which is very, very strong. Plays very, very well with She-Hulk, a card from Series 4 that is obviously finding a home in a number of different shells. Will cost you one less for every unspent energy that you had last turn. So your common play pattern often going to be something like Moon Girl on 4, into She-Hulk on 5, into skipping your turn on 5, to play multiple She-Hulks and something else on turn 6, which can be very, very powerful. We also have this play pattern to do with Wave here, because obviously Wave plays very well with our lovely friend She-Hulk as well, giving that reduction on top of its own reduction, meaning you can often play many 0-cost She-Hulks. That being said, we found a lot of the 5-cost cards we were playing alongside She-Hulk when she cost 1 were quite lackluster sometimes, and I think I found a way to get around that. We're going to start this night off by starting off with some Quinjet action. Quinjet, a card that we don't actually play too much outside of very specific decks, but I'm hoping this one alongside Moon Girl means that we can have more of those ridiculous turn 6s where we can play a 6-cost card alongside our demons, alongside our She-Hulks, because we've copied it with Moon Girl, which means it will cost 5 thanks to Quinjet, meaning it slots alongside a demon, or it slots alongside a 1-cost She-Hulk. And that's very much the plan with this list tonight, hopefully fingers crossed. So we're a little heavier on the 6s than we were before. We now have access to Leader, which is a card that I think is just very, very strong right now, alongside Magneto as our other 6-cost card, as always. Thank you for the kind words, I appreciate that. Early end here is a little bit ambiguous. I think Sunspot is obviously a card this deck very much wants if it's going to be skipping turn 5 on any kind of regularity. But we're starting with the Hood here. The Hood is kind of a bit dodgy for this deck. We only have the one way of clearing it with Carnage, but for the most part, having access to those demons and doubling up demons from Moon Girl is so strong that it's worth giving up the space and having a -2 on the board somewhere along the way, I think. This one also plays very, very well, those demons in general, alongside kind of like Carnage to be able to clear space out. And yeah, Quinjet does work with Beast, I believe. Is that right? Got me doubting myself now. No, things you've picked up, they have to have started in your deck, so not going to work with Beast. If they started in your deck and got picked up, that's not going to get reduced. But yeah, rest of this deck very much kind of the expected, folks, if you will. Aero still very, very strong in a strategy like this. Armor hopefully going to give us some leverage against those kind of decks, and hopefully keep our Sunspots and Quinjets safe from Killmongers. So this is going to be where I'm starting for the night, and hopefully it won't be where we're ending for the night, fingers crossed. So let's switch on over to the Moon Hulk deck in this banker deck somewhere and get ourselves underway with a few games to start this evening. Hopefully they're pretty good ones. It's kind of a deck I've been working on in the background, and unfortunately it kind of fell by the wayside during the hot location because, well, there wasn't a lot you could do other than play Death in that location. So had to kind of wait until today to finally get back to working on it. So nowhere is fine for us to slot Sunspot into, and likely pretty safe. Yeah, I love this Magneto variant. It's one that I actually picked up really recently, and I'm a really, really big fan. Finally got Wave via the token shots, so getting a Death Wave combo. Death Wave combo is still a good deck, yeah, for sure. Big recommend playing some style of Death Wave if you've got access to it. Don't know exactly how good it is, but I don't think it's suddenly gotten bad overnight. I think I kind of want to clear these raptors out, to be completely honest. Yeah, that seems fine. Opponent with their own Angela, sure, sure. Mirror Dimension. So the hood is a bit of a shame to have drawn after the carnage. It was definitely the consideration for not firing that off straight away. Would have got rewarded for leading on Angela. But with that said, I do think I'm now fine to extend like this. And we're very much looking for Moon Girl at this point. Or like Leader Magneto She-Hulk. Those are kind of the cards we're pretty desperate to find a copy of. Why did I play the hood here? Okay. Early stream brain. Let's get that out of the way. We are obviously not making a demon if we play it in Nowhere. Apparently, creating a second copy of Nowhere also crashed the game. So we're off to a flying start, folks. Everything working as intended. Alright, so I'm actually going to run out the armor here. It's 3 AM in Asia. Yeah, I've done the 3 AM streams a few times recently. I sympathize. Hopefully you manage to get some rest soon enough. So the reason we do this and run out armor instead of playing Wave is mostly because if we draw She-Hulk, we would rather be able to play Wave next turn. We draw the Moon Girl. Unfortunately, that's not doing very much for us anymore. It would have done if I hadn't been an idiot and played you know, the hood in, you know, a sensible spot. Instead, I feel like we are probably in a fair bit of trouble here. I think we are willingly just kind of stacking this Moon Girl over here for stats and hoping the Arrow is going to be enough. Not looking like it, though. What time is it for the Redcoats? It's about 20 to 7 in the evening right now, so just before 7 PM. One card too late on the She-Hulk. Definitely an awkward game here all around. 23 beats... Well, 23 loses to Chavez because we don't win on left. So we beat things that aren't America Chavez or bigger. Is that worth a cube? It's probably worth a cube. Yeah, I don't think it does. Maybe I'm forgetting. No, okay, we lose to opponent moving Nightcrawler, that's fine. Cool, so a bit of a rough start. I need to get my brain in the game space. I'll take throwing the first game into the sun. I think that's pretty easily a win too if we have an extra 12 power in our hand. So that's fine. That's on me. We get the dodgy one out of the way first, and we'll be alright for the rest of the night. Well, this is not the hand we were looking for. This is all of our top end. We do, however, have access, of course, to Moon Girl plus She-Hulk, which is nice. We're going to have to find ways to empty our... Ooh! Okay. Quinjet's a good hit. I do wish we had something else to do alongside it, but still. Hey, Chad. Good to see you. So we find the wave. Are we running you out right now? I don't think we are. I think as long as we get an additional She-Hulk from this Moon Girl, we're okay. Yeah, okay. So what we do here is we go Moon Girl. It is not inked, unfortunately. It's just this variant. Brand new variant to me. I actually only got it yesterday. But, it's very, very cool. Oh! Killmonger's really bad for us here. Okay, so I am going to snap, and I'm going to wave. Not there. We give up on the vault. We're going to wave, and then hopefully we should be able to go She-Hulk X, which is hopefully enough. Or we can like She-Hulk if we think that's better, but obviously if we had our Quinjet in place still, this would be very disgusting, but alas we do not. So I think we're just going She-Hulk leader here. Opponent with their own leader. That is my own fault. All we have to do is play that in the other order. Right? If we play leader first, this doesn't happen. Oh, okay, we are not starting strong today. These were both pretty winnable games. That's fine. Duo goblins. I mean, the goblins are good. The goblins are definitely very, very reasonable. We have consistently done the thing in both games, which is reassuring, if not for my own idiocracy. I think that last one's fine. It's pretty easy to miss that, but, like, the game is winnable if you only give them one She-Hulk. Yeah, I was fairly sure it didn't. We lose Carnage, they lose Professor X. This is probably ongoing Destroyer. Having lost Carnage is a bit of an unfortunate one for this hood that we just drew, but we are going to play it out because we have our Moon Girl to make multiple demons. Quinjet, of course, will make them cost 0. Oh well, unfortunate to have flipped up a Superflow there as well. So Sunspot here is fine. Get some juice in it. And we're going to be looking at Moon Girl and making some demons here. We'd love to draw She-Hulk. Alas, no dice. Let's make ourselves an extra demon. We know we don't have to worry about getting Professor X on 5 because it got discarded. That being said, a Goose is pretty annoying in the face of the existing mojo. Yeah, it's pretty good news all round to see the incredible best mobile game win from Marvel Snap. Yeah, for sure. Honestly, fair play to them for getting there so quickly. Did I ever play Hearthstone? I did, yes, for quite a while actually. So I kind of want a Magneto here. So that's what I'm going to do. 5 cost Magneto courtesy of the Quinjet. Opponent will Spectrum early. Interesting. So we can now Demon Arrow. Think this is the line? Thoughts on Brazil falling to Croatia? Football-wise, I mean that's a heck of a result. I think Arrow saves us here. Unless they have 3 cards to play. But yeah, I mean, in terms of Brazil going out, I mean, they looked pretty dominant early. It's kind of shocking, really, to see how that broke. Opponent gets out of here. Alright, sound. We will take that. Alright, time to start recovering from our pretty miserable start to the day. At least the deck is consistently doing the thing to start with, which I am very happy to see. Even though we don't always find She-Hulk, like Quinjet. We're against Ben Jim Jam, so I assume we're against Agatha, because the man is known for playing Agatha Harkness. Dark Dimension. Well, we're just going to take the pass here. Do I watch footy locally? Not really, honestly. I like passively enjoy some football from time to time, depending on who I'm with, like depending on the friend group. I used to follow Newcastle United as a kid. Still kind of do more than anybody else, but I wouldn't say I regularly do, no. Lamentis, we just got rid of you. Go away. But yeah, like passively on occasion, but not regularly. Afternoon, Gene. There will be. Yes, we put up a big old tweet about this because it's easily the question we've got the most since the patch. But obviously, with all these new cards that took us ages to try and get hold of, and then the Silver Surfer, and then everything else releasing it felt somewhat disingenuous to release a tier list without being 100% certain of what's going on and how it works. And so we haven't, and we are intending on having one dropping on Tuesday. Should be Tuesday this upcoming week, now that we feel like we have a little more information about what's going on. It looks like Galactus to me. What are we supposed to do if our opponent Galactus is this turn? Where are we supposed to aim and hope that we're right? I think I'm aiming for Necrotia and hoping I'm correct. Alright. We have bodies in lane. We have bodies in lane. And now we should get to go 5 into 6 for stats, hopefully. What up, Glitch Trick? Are we dead here? I feel like we have enough stats here to keep up, but maybe we don't. Maybe we don't. Because we're not beating death here, are we? Oof. Okay, I thought we outplayed that, and we did not. Yeah, looking forward to having a tier list coming out. Hopefully it'll be out on Tuesday. Everything going to plan. Is it a possibility to have match history like with replay? We already have that on our tracker, Chin. If you download the Marvel Snap Zone tracker, that's the thing that we already have. Yeah, I guess I should have expected Destroyer as well. Destroyer is a thing that can still come after the Galactus. It did. Snap did win Mobile Game of the Year. Hopefully we get something nice for that, but congratulations to the team at Second Dinner. That's quite the achievement. We'll run out the hood here, make our demon. X-Mansion. I think we're just going to carnage away this hood while we can. Looking for Moon Girl, looking for Wave. Those are the big ones that we would like to find right about now. That's a horrible Juggernaut. Good lord. Oh. Quinjet is here to make the cards we copy from Moon Girl cheaper, meaning that we can play them all out on the final turn and basically have our She-Hulks be free. Battling to grind the season, stuck in the 40s. That's fair. I've only just hit 70-ish myself, and This is where things actually start getting hard. So we'll see how we go. That was a truly awful Juggernaut for me. Yeah, you discount demons down to 0, Moon Girl's cards down by 1 as well. That is why Quinjet is in the deck. That was pretty gnarly. What are we doing here? Because I can theoretically skip this turn to She-Hulk Arrow. Or I can just Arrow +6. I think we're going Arrow +6, but it's genuinely kind of close. Opponent with a Sarah. Okay, we are probably in some trouble here. Does Ongoing Destroyer benefit from any Series 4-5 cards? Nothing that jumps immediately to mind. I know there are some versions of Galactus that are built that way. But nothing jumps immediately to mind for the deck otherwise. Yeah, Brood is very, very good with Silver Surfer. We'll be playing some more Surfer decks later. I don't think we'll be in this snap, unfortunately. Some pretty awkward draws here, unfortunately. That and the first 2 games we played today, I played like crap, which is always not the best of starts. Let's screw our head back on, try and sort this thing out. Man, I'll probably be fine with Lamentis 1, I think. Basically always moving forward, but after the entire of the last few days being full of it, I do not want to see it today. Opponent doesn't want to see it either, so they're going to get out of here. Drake, it's a tough one. I don't really want to comment on the bundles too much. I always kind of lean on the side of cosmetics can cost whatever the hell they want them to, because if that means that the game pieces remain cheaper, I'm probably just fine with it. If I don't want it, I just won't buy it. It's fine. That's kind of where I fall on the matter. What do I think of the Death Knight class? I mean, it seems like it's probably Demon Hunters-esque again in the fact that it looks very, very strong very, very early. But, I mean, Hearthstone has to innovate, so hopefully they manage to do so. Cards look cool. The Nexus here is actually slightly problematic. But if we find our Moon Girl, we're going to be very, very happy. Yellow Jacket Adam Warlock. Okay. Glitch Trick, not really. It's very deck dependent, as that kind of stuff. You'll find that curves of just very much matter what your game plan is and what turns you intend on playing on. I think we are just armoring here. I don't know if I bother to hood, because we are getting our hands shuffled in. Quinjet is in this deck to reduce the cost of cards from Moon Girl, primarily, and also reduce the cost of the demons from the hood. But mostly the Moon Girl thing. Like here, for example, we're going to be able to do some very, very disgusting things. Opponent will draw yet another card. Unfortunately, this Nexus has been a massive pain in our ass. So if we spend 4, we have 1 left. That doesn't work. So we're just going to go Sunspot. Can I afford to skip 4? This will cost 2. Yes, it'll be 2, 1, 4. I can't afford to play another one. So we're just going to play out the 0-cost Sunspot. and then look to go She-Hulk, She-Hulk, Arrow. That is the plan, anyway. And I think we should be good here. So, She-Hulk, She-Hulk, Arrow. Oh, I guess I did have one left. Sure. That's fine.
It seems to run on some
brand new subscriber coming in. Thank you, Joshua. Appreciate you. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. And yeah, this is exactly what the deck was designed to do. Quinjet out, Moon Girl to make She-Hulks.
I lost an eye.
Play Disruptive Big Six. Core, thank you very much for the brand new sub as well. Appreciate you. Welcome on into Marvel Snap Zone. That is what we are designed to do. That is very much the game plan from the beginning of the game. As Quinjet does let you do some very silly things with multiple Moon Girls on turn 6, alongside a thing like Aero or Leader or Magneto, these big finishers alongside 20 powers worth of She-Hulk. Okay, I will run out of the hood here, but we got to make sure we play this demon before our hand gets shuffled in. Cloning Vats. Okay. If you insist. Was pretty good. That's very much what we're looking to do with this deck and what it's built to do. And so... Oh, Luke's bar is not a good location for us to see. We don't really have any way of playing into that. Oh... Maybe we need to include some way of removing problematic locations for this deck, because you do kind of need to be able to play to multiple places. I guess we can rely on sunspots here to do some work, but that probably means that we are going to have to protect these wands with armor. Glitch Trick, I'll be completely honest with you, friend. I haven't looked at it myself. I've been working on other stuff basically all day today, and I have not had the pleasure of looking at the event yet as much as I've been meaning to get around to it. Okay, so we are going to Sunspot here, then look to like She-Hulk Leader, I guess. Depends on the draw, I suppose. But I really wish we had a way of playing into Luke's bar in any way. Opponent with their own Quinjet. This might just be like She-Hulk, She-Hulk in cloning vats. Seems like that's probably the plan here. Luke's bar, not a particularly fun location for us, but that's fine. All you lovely folks that are hanging out with me early tonight, if you wouldn't mind doing me one small favour, just like the stream for me. Go press the thumb down below. Helps the algorithm recommend us to more people while we're live. And we would like more people in here chilling and having a good time playing Marvel Snap. So please consider doing so. That would be great. Any fans of the 90s X-Men cartoons? You love the variants of Rogue and Gambit from the show. I love the music video for Hero, which I got to see when it all went live. Before the Game Awards. I love it to bits. I think those variants are very sweet. I think it's a very nice callback to elements of the past. But I am not a 90s X-Men cartoon kid myself. I was born in '94, so it's like a bit a bit dodgy for me. So opponent successfully gets their hand full enough to keep a card in. That's really unfortunate. Appreciate that, Drake. Thank you. We will not be winning this game, as this is 12 power, so we get to 22. There's no way that we beat that. Opponent's probably running Dino, yeah. More importantly, they got their hand full enough for something to stay in Luke's bar, which is something we cannot beat, sadly. We'll go on in a 30-minute rant of One More Day. I mean, One More Day is pretty cool, honestly. I do know little bits about it. You're an 80s kid yourself? Totally fair. M'Baku in the token shop. F. Not a good roll. But again, thankfully, don't have to buy it. Just let it roll past and wait for something else. It's mostly okay. Onslaught's Citadel. We find our Quinjet. Okay, we're very much looking for our Moon Girl, because this will let us do some very, very, very silly things. If we can find it. As double ongoing on the Quinjet means that everything you copy becomes very cheap. That is not what we were hoping to see, though. The peak is not good for us here. So let's just make some space in our hands. Man, these She-Hulks are now half the size they're supposed to be. That's so bad. Alright, just going to clear out space on the Carnage, because I intend on Moongirling and duplicating the rest of this stuff. And it being really quite cheap, hopefully. I actually would really like Titania. It's a card that I do want to pick up, but I am currently focused on getting Valkyrie, who's sitting in my shop pinned at the moment. Risky, unfortunately, I hear there's a known issue with that. From what I understand, there is a known issue with, I think it's like hitting escape on the Steam client or something will unpin the card. Don't quote me on that because I can't remember, but there is a known issue with cards being pinned, being released, I think. So if I save 3 here, this She-Hulk costs 4, 1. This one costs 3. Okay. I think we lead her. This is so much stuff. So it's more community-based, they're experimenting with it. Makes sense, honestly. So do we just, at this point, then go 1 cost She-Hulk? Do we want to lead her here? Like, probably? I think Titania's kind of almost got her own archetype, arguably. How the fuck? Oh, leader is so frustrating when you're a She-Hulk deck, dude. Yeah, when you're having this plan to do all this wild stuff on turn 6, turns out leader's pretty good against you, and I'm going to lose so many cubes to getting leaded from my opponent. There's a reason we're playing it ourselves, right? But, yeah, unsurprisingly, it is very much a problem for a deck like this. Unfortunately, the problem that time was our own leader more than it was the She-Hulk. Because it meant that our opponent's leader got a leader because of the leader. Don't you love it? Are we just keeping Quinjet safe? Yeah, I think we are, actually. Leaders, copying leaders, copying leaders. Iconic stuff. Okay, this is probably mostly fine to go Angela Sunspot here. Yeah, leader's very, very strong, I think. It's just one of the better 6-drop cards you can play, in my opinion. Opponent discards their Hela. That's perfect. You love to see that. And we draw our Moon Girl, which you love to see even more. So I will snap. MRX, unfortunately, you'll find that if you started playing last season, that's probably going to be the case. Totally reasonable, Mimi. Yes, tier list should be out on Tuesday. Look forward to it. I'm also looking forward to it. Den is doing some good work on it. Ongoing effects are disabled. Sure. Let's make a demon that we intend on making more of with Moon Girl. Murder World. Well, we'd like to stay out of that. For now, anyway. Opponent with an armor into Murder World. Sure thing. You've been playing since beta. You meant last season was easier compared to this one. Interesting. Yeah, I guess more players just have more cards, I guess. Maybe people are just getting better having played longer. Don't have a concrete answer for you, unfortunately. Wish I did. Keen to play the Hela deck? I think Hela's fine. Like, it's mostly a casino with some mitigated variants, but it's very fun to play periodically, I think. So, opponent is doing some Patriot nonsense. Okay. And they would like to snap. Someone got you with Leech yesterday? Yeah, Leech has been seeing a bit of an uptick in play, actually. It's kind of wild. So I think what I'm actually going to try to do here is pull what I think is my opponent's Onslaught into the Isle of Silence. Perfect. No doubled Patriot for you. No Onslaught effect for you. Okay, that's a start. So now we can go... Quinjet Moon Girl? I think that's the plan. Yeah, we're going to be playing some more of the Silver Surfer decks ourselves later on tonight because I agree that they are very good. Alright, unfortunately Isle of Silence is filled, but opponent will have to play there to win it. So we can... Demon... Magneto... Demon Sunspot. Is 7 going to be enough? I guess we go Demon, Magneto, Sunspot. That is going to be the line we take. Looks like Brood Surfer was a good guess. Brood Cosmo means we are fine. Look at that. And that's a heck of a final turn there, folks. That's kind of very much, again, what we're looking to pull off here with the She-Hulk and the demons and stuff. But when you have Quinjet Moon Girl and you just get to go, okay, Demon, Demon, Magneto, Sunspot, Spunspot, like, that's a lot of power on the last turn of the game. Obviously, She-Hulk makes that even more ridiculous. Tis very, very sweet. Just realised I did not tweet out to people that I'm live right now, so I should probably go and do that while I remember. The big house is fine, I guess. I think I would rather start on the hood, and I would rather this not be in a location I expect myself to be playing to. So I'm going to chuck it off over to the right. And see how we go. Okay, okay. Find our Magneto. So Angela over into the big house is going to be fine for me here. Let me go do this. Cool, that is now done. There's so many things to remember when I go live these days. It's so easy to forget one or two things. Yeah, it's definitely still going to be a work in progress here to some extent. We have a lot of things to still figure out, but fundamentally what we're doing is very powerful. And why did I play this demon? God damn it, Scott. Use your brain. Thankfully, we're not going to get punished because opponents stormed. And so we were likely going to play it out anyway. Because now all we will do... Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to be snapping now. With the intention of setting ourselves up for multiple She-Hulks on the final turn of the game. Yeah, definitely got some refinement to do, but again, when the deck works, boy lord does it work. Opponent snaps back. Maybe we're in danger. Okay, so if we skip 5, we get to go She-Hulk, She-Hulk, Arrow. Alternatively, we can try an Arrow into Death's Domain, Arrow into Death's Domain, which would be quite funny. This is genuinely quite difficult. I think I'm going to go for the Arrow line. Sure, opponent has an Infinite, so we are doomed, I think. We don't beat an Infinite. Maybe we beat an Infinite. Do we beat an Infinite? Gonna try and beat an Infinite. That is not an Infinite. Why would... Oh, I guess I got played. We skipped turn 5. That game's super winnable too in a number of different routes. Like, we can take the Magneto line and pull Storm and Jessica Jones out of here. But that line loses to an Infinite, so... I guess we'd have to pick our poison and lose to one and not lose to the other. Creed, I'm not sure, honestly. to answer your question. I think a lot of the skill from leader already comes from having to have space to play everything. Yeah, like maybe doing the Mr. Negative fix is like a reasonable one. It should have negative power. That might be okay. Yeah, there's plenty of good Surfer-style control decks out there for sure, Glitch Trick. Give them a shake. Armor is fine here. Yeah, I think I'm fine with playing that game to try and beat Infinite. Definitely had a lot of choices though. Armor on the Bucky Barnes lane is always one I'm happy to snap. And I actually think we're taking the pass here. I don't want to copy this rock, so I'm just going to chuck this very infinite rock into Hala. But I do want to keep the wave for post-Moon Girl here. Viper. So we get given a Korg. Sure. So. Moon Girl. Wish we could sneak in the hood beforehand, but sadly we cannot. Then we will wave on 5 and look to do silly things on turn 6. Wave on 5. Indeed. Armor likes to laugh at Bucky Barnes. Does do some nasty things. Opponent with the big old Captain Marvel, but we do have the ability to go Aero She-Hulk. She-Hulk here. Which should be pretty good. So Aero, She-Hulk, She-Hulk is the plan. Yeah, a lot of good control 3 drops. I think Surfer's just really, really good. I've got a Surfer negative list, the Serra Surfer list, and a Surfer Lockjaw list that I'm going to be playing around with over the next few days. Plenty of good places to play it. It's a very, very sweet card. It's very fun with Lockjaw. Just flipping it in and out of the deck, triggering it multiple times. So Aero pulls this over. She-Hulk, She-Hulk. Red Skull does not matter. There we go. If she moves herself to Fist Tower, I don't know, actually. That's a good I don't think she would move. My guess would be that she doesn't move herself because she knows that it doesn't win. But that is just a guess. I don't think I've ever seen it play out. If she just moves and gets herself shot, that's really funny. Okay, this is a pretty reasonable start. Just looking for our She-Hulk and some top end. I'm a big fan of Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel's one of my favourite cards. Man, Iceman on Moon Girl is so rough for us. Really throws a spanner in our planned curves. Let's eat this hood. Opponent plays out a Wasp, so is this some kind of Lockjaw deck, I suppose? She doesn't recognise a lot of effects, that's interesting. I assume she would know that location was there, but I don't know how good the Marvel AI is. The Vault, okay. Not sure what we're staring down here at the moment, honestly. Not exactly, anyway. Ironheart, sure. This looks like Lockjaw on reveal. So we can... Do we ever save the wave? I think we save the wave per se, but I think we're just playing out the Angela to get more onto Sunspot with the intention of playing Moon Girl and making multiple demons. Wong here is definitely a bit scary. We will Moon Girl. So this is just looking like it's possibly just Zola. So I would love to draw Arrow. Arrow would be the draw. Magneto doesn't do it, I think. We move the Wong. I guess we could move the Wong and it kills Ironheart. Does unused power work with She-Hulk in the, is in a Deadpool versus... No, she counts. She cares about how much mana you didn't spend last turn, and I don't believe it tracks that information in deck, to my knowledge. So yeah, I guess the win con here is try and pull the Wong. I'm not sure this is ever good enough, but... Okay. If it's Zola, we win, and the plan paid out. It's not Zola, but we still win anyway. Okay. This beats Zola and Odin. Very nice. Magneto coming in clutch. You got Wong and Absorbing Man back-to-back. That's pretty good. I'm definitely becoming slightly jealous that I don't have Absorbing Man. There's a number of decks I would really like to try out with it that I don't currently have. We have completed a mission. Very nice. And a Season Pass level. Ooh, we get our Collector variant. I'm sure we have a excuse to play with that soon enough. That last game was a sweet one. Goose in the Silver Surfer deck feels stronger than most people give it credit for. Why? Like, I think it's pretty reasonable, but what exactly are you appealing to, Risky? What's the main thought process? Don't really like Shang-Chi, but can't better leave him out. Shang-Chi's a good anti-meta card. When he's good, he's insane. When he's bad, he's really bad. goes both ways. Okay, Kamatage is actually not the best for us here, sadly. It will be pretty reasonable if we can keep our hand kind of clear. Moon Girl into some stuff. So opponent on some Deathpool by the looks of it. We only chose to armor left here because we knew we couldn't beat Deadpool being killed by something this turn anyway. Arrow is okay. I think we are just going to let our Sunspot get some juice. Sabretooth, sure. So we definitely don't Moon Girl into multiple things here. Mostly because we can't. Well, we can, but like we don't get anywhere with it. The Dream Dimension kind of shuts everything down in terms of stuff. So I think we just wave. I think we're better off waving. Logic is the 3-drop's going to be bigger than... Yeah, sure. I can definitely see it if that's the only rationale. I wasn't sure if I was missing something else. What's the reason behind Quinjet? Quinjet reduces the cost of all the things you Moon Girl, including all your She-Hulks and everything else. So, that is the plan there. So, everyone gets locked out of playing more than one card this turn. I kind of want a leader. I think I try and double leader into Arrow is the plan. That didn't end up doing all that much for us. We just ended up making several Killmongers. But I think that means we can still win this one with Aero, right? All we have to do is guarantee everything goes into the throne room. And we should be okay. Whoop. Hopefully none of these make things. Oh, Aero. Aero, Aero, Aero. You so silly. I do love Aero. I think she's an absolutely incredible card. Would like to play her in more decks, to be honest. Just lets you do some very, very unfair things on the final turns of the game. It's kind of crazy. In a good way, like crazy in a good way. Alright, we'll set ourselves up with our Quinjet. Pin Mysterio. I think Mysterio is a good card still in Sarah Miracle. I don't think he's necessarily as strong as he once was. He's a fine buy if you think you're going to use him, but I'm always a little hesitant to tell people to buy cards like Mysterio because they are very much like good in some decks and not great in others, and sometimes not even the best thing to be doing in Sarah Miracle when you could be playing like Surfer and Brood. So it's definitely a tougher question than it used to be. Yeah, just goes to show you can definitely win games in this deck without finding the She-Hulk, which I think is an important aspect of a deck being good. So Daily Bugle throws us a copy of Doctor Doom. Okay. So we can dispose of the Hood without it being particularly detrimental here, which is quite nice. Never mind. Opponent will storm the Murder World, meaning that the Hood will not be dying. Interesting. Do we ever pick a fight over flooding? I don't think we do. Fairly certain that would be a bad fight to pick. So, I am going to try not to. Opponent with the Wong. Okay, so we have to expect Double Doom bots. We can pull the Wong into the Ebony Maw location. Think we might be doing that. That does seem pretty good. Don't think Kingpin would be a good addition. I think Kingpin kind of... You never really have time to play Kingpin, I think. Like, maybe it's fine, but like, I think most of the games where you're already doing the thing with Moon Girl and have access to your, like, you know, top-end She-Hulks and Arrows and Magnetos, you probably don't get much time to play Kingpin out, would be my initial thought. Excuse me, I do apologise. Opponent agrees that that is not being beaten. Magneto kind of coming in clutch there, look at that. Just pulling the Wong out, sticking it in a corner where it belongs. Hey Murdoch, how are you, my friend? Hopefully all is going well. Washington DC. Pretty happy to run Quinjet out over here. The demons are pretty good into Washington DC. Yeah, Ebony Maw can be very strong if left alone. Yeah, simply moving them out of the way is enough. Certainly is. Just drag them off behind Ebony Maw. The peak is actually terrible for us here, because that demon just became unusable garbage. So this is like wave into Magneto into leader. That might be good enough. It's definitely a little suspect to stick in through a snap here, but we'll give it a shake. Janky Lockjaw reveal? Yeah, I've been seeing all kinds of people dicing around with Lockjaw reveal, Silver Surfer lists. I got a Lockjaw discard Surfer list myself at the minute, but I do want a list that is not a discard deck as well at some point. The full Wong reveal, like Lockjaw strategy, with your Thors and stuff to get bonuses from Silver Surfer. Sounds like a lot of fun. Okay, how do we want to do this? Do we just leader into flooding? I think we do. I don't think Thanos decks are particularly strong right now, unfortunately. Just cracked open Shuri. Nice. I haven't actually seen all that much with Shuri at the moment. I think she obviously has very good counterpart cards, things that are just like naturally very good with her, Black Panther and stuff. But I think I've mostly seen it in like mid-range shells. I've seen her in some Mr. Negative shells, because obviously she's very good inverted. Oh. That's a lot of rocks. But those are most of the places I've seen her get played early. Just got leader and you're so happy. You should be happy about it. Leader's very good. Well, I guess this is just going to be Sunspot into big boy or girl. This deck unfortunately does not work without She-Hulk. It's very much built around She-Hulk. Okay, well we beat an Infinite if that's what our opponent has, so we will take that on board. I think we just She-Hulk because it makes the Sunspot more of a threat on this side. No negative or Zola for sure. Yeah, I think that's unfortunately most of where I've seen her, to be honest. She does some cool things with Devil Dino. Probably might be worth exploring that. Doing Lockjaw with both Thor, Crawler, Sunspot, Jubilee. Yeah, I think there's like the old shell for Lockjaw on reveal still exists. It just kind of fell out of favor, and I think you can probably rebuild that to use Silver Surfer, and that's something I do want to try out at some point. Opponent with the Mystique with no target into Surfer. Oh, we lose the breaker by 1! Oh. If I played the Carnage, I don't get to play... Oh, I guess that might be better, actually, yeah. I don't get to juice the Sunspot on the final turn. Carnage clearing the rocks out there might have been better, yeah. Yeah, good spot. Good spot. Still no arrow. I mean, yeah, unfortunately, that's running pretty late, but you've still got about 800 CL until I finished my collection. It was about 2,900 by the time I actually finished it. Losing Magneto there kind of sucks. Yeah, Shuri Panther Zola is obviously the big obvious one. Filled Oscorp Tower with rocks. You love to see it. Alright, we will Sunspot off on the side here. Look to hold this demon for Moongut. I didn't think we were losing that one, but unfortunately it ran away from us. Opponent with the Punisher. Starting to see a decent rise in the Punisher being played in these Surfer decks. It's kind of intriguing. I think Arrow is a very, very good card, and I would like to play more decks with it, to be honest. Alright, we have to try and pull away the opponent's plan. So I will indeed try and pull away the thing that you intend to play next to Wong. I'll pull them both away in an ideal world. That would be great. Speaking of Aero being good. Is that a Brood? No, it's a Killmonger. Okay. That's actually not that good for us, but that's okay. That's actually pretty bad for us. It gives our opponent the space back. I was hoping to have had Sokovia filled. But it does mean that the demons don't get Killmongered, which is nice. Thor is definitely an aggressive buy, I think. The card is solid, but not, like, insane. So the plan here is we go Aero Demon, and we should be able to lock this up. Maybe not. I keep not respecting the Surfer. Thankfully, we're okay. Aero itself actually wins on the right in the face of the Surfer, but I've got to start respecting it. It is a real card that is seeing play everywhere. I've got to remember that it matters. You passed on Mystique and now you're regretting it. That is a big pass. It's not like particularly egregious, but Mystique was definitely one of my top 5 pull 3 cards to pick up, in my opinion. It is a very unique effect and is really quite powerful. So definitely a big pass. Not necessarily a wrong one, but a big one. Attilan. Aero 2X is pretty good. Hey, Alchemist, hopefully you're doing well today, friend. Welcome, welcome. Any great Surfer decks? We've got a few that we think are quite strong. My favourite right now is Surfer Negative. I think Surfer Negative is very, very strong. I'll probably be playing a bit of it shortly. Can we expect another step? Yes, you can. We put out a big old tweet about this to try and remedy the fear of missing out. But yes, we just did not want to publish a tier list while we didn't know what the hell we were talking about. It felt very disingenuous to be posting a list with all these brand new cards and that we couldn't get hold of, and Silver Surfer a bit arriving and not knowing how good that was. So we wanted to take some time to acquire some cards, play some games, get a better idea of what everything actually looked like. But you can expect a brand new tier list on Marvel Snap Zone on Tuesday. It will be out on Tuesday around normal time. Surfer Brood is very good. Hope you. The game looks to have crashed. Okay, gonna hop back to my face real quick while we close Snap mid failed animation and restart it. Apologies, folks. Snap is sometimes temperamental during that particular location with Attilan. No worries. Happy to help you out, Sean. Happy to help you out. What are my top 5 picks for the shop? Jonah, if you want a video about all of our top picks for the token shop and what we think of every Series 4 and Series 5 card, there is a video on this YouTube channel you can go and check out whenever you have the chance to do so. We appear to have returned. Don't you just love the game crashing? Opponent waved. Sure. I will go for a 20 power She-Hulk. Yeah, Attilan is making Snap crash for me like a little more than it should, I think. Negative in any sense, that's your attention? Yeah, I think the negative Surfer decks are really quite good. My version obviously plays Bast as well. Negative to Jane. It's an interesting one for sure. I've not played too much with Jane, honestly. Been meaning to. Haven't got around to it. So we should be able to go Quinjet Armor here into Leader or Magneto pretty happily, depending on where our opponent chooses to play. Love the negative Surfer list. Yeah, we'll definitely be playing some negative Surfer at some point tonight. Probably next, honestly. I don't think it's complete yet. I want to try Valkyrie in that deck, but I obviously don't have it yet, so Loving the new Storm variant. I really should go out of my way to go get it. I do not have it yet. And in this world, I think we always just leader, right? Leader should lock this up, I think. Jane feels too expensive. She's definitely a difficult one, I think, for the most part. She can be very, very strong once you're doing the thing you already want to do. And she can be very lackluster in the games where you don't draw negative. Opponent snaps back. Maybe I'm completely full of shit. And we are about to get bodied by this Sarah turn. It's mobile only, the Storm variant? If that's true, I need to log into my phone. I think we're getting bodied, folks. That is too much of a bonus from this Surfer. I gotta start doing the Surfer math better. We are losing a few too many games to not making our Surfer math correct. To be fair, that had to be 3-drop. That had to be brewed into 3-drop into Surfer. And I think I might have stuck around anyway. But when the opponent snapped back, I should have been a little more suspicious, I think. Norwood negative. Yeah, as I say, the problem with Jane, unfortunately, in my opinion, is that she's only good when you're doing the thing already. And, like, if you've already negatived on turn 4, you should be winning most of those games anyway. We find the Quinjet. I think I am just going to... skip 3 here and look to make double She-Hulk. Yeah, unsurprisingly... oh, this Killmonger's pretty nasty too. Unsurprisingly, the Brood plus Surfer turn 6s are quite a lot of stats out of nowhere. But you do have to respect them. They are big and scary. Okay. That plays the Jessica Jones. Let's not be calling cards a terminal disease, please. There's probably just better words for that. Alright, we'll make multiple arrows and then grant our opponent our hand. We just spin their Captain Marvel around a bit. And this is like very mid. So we will just vomit some stuff, I guess. Weird game. Kind of got forced to She-Hulk early off the back of Mindscape. Probably fine. Yeah, we didn't give our opponent too many goodies, in fairness. They understand. They don't want to play anymore. So I think my big concern with this deck is it feels very consistent. You do the thing pretty regularly. I'm not sure the early game tools are perfect just yet, but like you do the game plan pretty consistently. The issue is the games that you lose, holy hell do you lose 8 cubes. Because you just get completely pwned by leaders and Shang-Chi's and stuff. It's quite easy to throw 8 cubes into the abyss with this one, I think. Nice early sunspot is going to be pretty good for this hand. I honestly, Chad, I don't remember Mephisto's exact text off the top of my head. I would have to double check the wording. There's been so much going on with Snap as of late that some cards do slip through the cracks before they're released. New title, the 4th. You are the 4th one. Glitch Trick the 4th. It's like royalty, but not quite. Human Torch Beast combo. I've seen some good old move lists in the past. This is a good draw here. I've screwed around with some Torch style bounce in the past. No, don't. Why would you kill Monk? I've never been so sad for my hood to get killed. That's so unfortunate. Alright. Yeah, I think we're just She-Hulk Aero leader this game. So 6 cost 0 power if you win W early. Sure. I mean, I think at that point it's mostly a for fun kind of card. I don't think earning 16 cubes is often worth a slot in your deck. Yeah, I think Moon Girl's fantastic. Literally, this deck is built around the combination of Moon Girl, She-Hulk, and some other cards to go with them. So they're both the kind of like key pieces of what we're doing here. So opponent's probably on Dino and another Dino would be my thought process here. So we're going to try and arrow the Dino to stop it going mid. It's Captain Marvel. That's unfortunate. I think I'm just leadering and not snapping here, to be honest. Easy stuff. There we go. Didn't feel super confident about that one, to be honest, but we'll take our 2 cubes. Nickel and dime our way back up after that nasty, nasty 8 cube loss. Cool. We're going to be switching over to one of the many Surfer decks in about 10 minutes or so. Folks, if you are joining me and you haven't already, please do me a favour. Like this stream for me. Just make sure you give that thumb a little press. Helps the algorithm know that you're enjoying yourself and helps us reach more and more people, which is very important for stuff like this. Alternatively, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to Marvel Snap Zone here on YouTube. We're putting out content each and every day, and we would like to have you watch more of it. That would be great. Interesting petition. So, I think opponent's probably not playing Killmonger and Sunspot in the same deck. We're not playing Killmonger. Happy to run out armor into Westview, I think. Howdy, howdy. Batman, hopefully you're doing well. Good to see you. Lamentis is not really what we were looking for, but we do have pretty decent game into Lamentis. Okay, this is going to be reasonable. We have a plan here. This is solid. So we're going to go Carnage, Soon Spoot into the old Moon Girl. Actually, pretty happy to snap here. Opponent with the Monsieur Fantastique. Sure. The Vault. Well, we will play Moon Girl into the Vault in which case. Dun, 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 dun. And the plan here is going to be to skip turn 5. I think. Super Scroll. Sure. So we just skip 5, juice juice up the Sunspot, play multiple She-Hulks, and multiple demons. Should be pretty good. I feel like we could definitely lose to a Shang-Chi, but I'm hoping to not see that for obvious reasons. Claw is pretty good here. So fairly certain our play pattern here is just going to be Demon, Demon, She-Hulk, She-Hulk. Having lots of fun with Lockjaw on reveal. Yeah, indeed. I do want to screw around with some Lockjaw on reveal at some point in the near future. I have the Lockjaw discard Surfer version built to play at some point today. But yes, we'll be playing a negative list with some Bast in it in a little bit. Should be quite fun, I hope. Very nice, there we go. How does Captain Marvel work with the location where the player with the fewest points wins? Does she know not to fly over there if we have less points there? I believe so, yes. I've never seen a Captain Marvel fly into the bar with no name. So to my knowledge, she knows to not do that. Chad, unfortunately, without watching your games and stuff, my dude, it's hard for me to tell you where you're going wrong too. Hopefully, when we play with some Surfer in a bit, you'll learn a thing or two, I guess, maybe. Okay, Wakandan Embassy into my opponent immediately snapping is quite terrifying. Alright. Missing Gambit. Gambit's really fun. Like, hopefully you manage to pick it up soon in the store somewhere. Right, let's start stacking up Angela, I suppose. No worries, they're happy to help. Opponent with some Patriot-y nonsense. Okay. The Icebox. Icebox is a little annoying, but sure. Pulled She-Hulk recently. Do you think you could use this deck without Hood? So I think it will probably have to be built a bit differently, because one of your big deals here is making multiple demons and making them cost 0. I do think you could build a version of like Moon Hulk, this kind of style of deck, without that little package, but I'm not sure if it's going to be good enough. I have no idea, unfortunately, whether we're not able to cut the mustard. Speaking of Moon Girl, I think we're just firing it off here. Okay, looks like we have some Surfer in Patriot. That's fine. So, how do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? I think I'm going to try and arrow... things around here. Okay, so at the moment, copying our opponent's Surfer doesn't do anything. And we're tied mid. And this is like 9 extra stats middle. Which I can beat. But then I don't know if I beat the other thing. And obviously if there is a Patriot here as well, I definitely don't beat. So the plan, I think, is to Magneto some of these 3s out of Baxter Building. That is the plan. Unfortunately, that plan is going to fail. My opponent has far too much stuff. Unfortunate. So, annoyingly, Aero plus Armor actually wins that game. If we just go for that line instead. Okay, folks, what I'm going to do for you, I am going to be switching over to the Surfer negative deck for us next, because there's plenty of people excited to play it, including myself. But I'm going to pop it on screen for you real quick, and hopefully run to the bathroom before we get started. So here is my current configuration for Surfer Negative. It is, of course, based around Bast, because I have a horrible problem with this card being good in Mr. Negative shells. So, gonna grab a screenshot of this, get it saved up for the deck in the corner, and I'll leave it on screen for you while I take a really quick bathroom break. Bear with me, I'll be right back in just a second. There we go. Nice and quick and easy stuff. Even sent the chair spinning in my absence. What can I say? So yeah, this is where we are in terms of Bast Negative Surfer at the moment. If you do have questions, you're more than welcome to ask. And hopefully I'll be able to answer them for you. Let's give this one a shaker. About 12, 20. Already 26,000 tokens. Yeah, I spent mine on two. I spent my 12,000 on 2 Series 5 cards like immediately. So, well, Baston 1 is always kind of the nuts. I would like all of the 0 power cards in my hand to gain 3 power. Yeah, last opponent was definitely Surfer Patriot for sure. Yeah, Angela is now even better in the negative decks than she used to be. Opponent does Scorpion some power off of our stuff, which is a little unfortunate, but sure. Let's load Bishop mid. Arrowed someone's Hazmat into Fisk Tower before it revealed. Very nice. Throne Room pops up, opponent snaps. I'm not going anywhere just yet. Yeah, it's pretty rough one, Spiral Tail. Sorry to hear you didn't make it, unfortunately. We draw our Mystique, sure. So just going to Wolfsbane here. Opponent with the Wong, okay. So we will now Iron Dude on the left. And at the moment, the plan is to make a second Iron Dude and then Silver Surfer. Opponent getting cocky with their snap emote. I think there's a good chance we might actually be behind here, but we'll see. Don't you just love people like this? They're just lovely human beings. Is there a possibility to play this without Bast? I think the versions that don't play Bast probably have to be built in a slightly different way. I think you can play Surfer Negative without Bast, but I don't think it necessarily looks like this. I'm half tempted to get the what do you call it? Adam Warlock in here. That's the word I was looking for. I kind of want to try some Adam Warlock in this list again. All right. Well, I think I'm going for it, and hopefully I'm not just like horribly wrong. But we will see. If people want to emote, that's fine. Let them have their moment of glory. Like, guys, I'll be completely honest with you. There was almost certainly a Odin in their hand, and I could not be bothered to do the math. So, I did not. I would probably try, like, playing Adam Warlock instead of something like Mojo, I think. Like, just retreating spots like this is fine. Like, we definitely should be getting out of there, but... Let's stop doing that and playing into people that are being unpleasant. Yeah, we had some success with Adam Warlock in versions of this deck quite early, actually. It was a lot of fun, too. I didn't think there was some potential for it. Okay, hand is reasonable, but finding the Iron Man this early is not great. This negative, yeah, this negative split is quite nice. I agree. I am a big fan in general. Well, we're not playing Jane, unfortunately, at the moment. But, I mean, she would obviously be good in the Jane Foster version of this deck. Plenty of zeros to play towards now. So we find the Brood. More Patriot. Why is there so much Patriot around? You might be right, Joe, honestly. But, like, to be honest with you, for the most part, Adam Warlock was pretty reasonable the last time we played it. It actually felt super, super reasonable in the Bast decks, but obviously they very much rely on you drawing Bast early. Which I think you're winning most of those games anyway, is the problem. Speak of the devil. We're really going to have to draw the Surfer, I think, to have a chance here. Good chance we get thoroughly outstatted if we can't find it. We find Bishop. Alright, well, Sarah. Opponent with the Abomination. Negative in the MCU? I can definitely see it happening eventually, especially if Snap continues on the popularity run that it's on. No luck in finding the Surfer. It's pretty rough. Yeah, I think we're getting out of here if opponent is snapping. Could not quite put it together. Too much of the big chunky things in hand. Not the best of starts for this one. Partially my own fault, but... I do run Lockjaw in some other versions of Silver Surfer Clover, but running it in this one is probably not the best idea. There is a number of very small cards like Bast that you don't want to hit. There's a number of things, such as like Brood, that you don't really want to hit in the wrong spots. Lamentis 1 wasn't the first hot location. We've had plenty of hot locations beforehand, but obviously it was a hot location. I think it's going to be pretty reasonable in the cycle, like the rotation of locations on a regular basis. Oh, the worst one. That makes a lot more sense. I think for the most part, it will probably be fine in rotation as a location that pops up now, but obviously, while it was a hot location, it wasn't great. It got pretty stale for me pretty quick. Ugh, Shadowlands is a bit rough here too. Alright, we'll just get some more stats on a Wolfbane, I suppose. And this Danger Room is going to have to treat us a little nicely, I think. Okay, Mr. Negative, do your thing. Bar Sinister when it was just released. That one was pretty fun, though. There was a ton of different things you could do in Bar Sinister. It took a while for people to figure out all the Onslaught nonsense, all the Nightcrawler nonsense, all that kind of stuff. I thought Bar Sinister was pretty reasonable. I actually quite liked Death Domain being a featured location. I think it added some interesting creativity. Led to people having some interesting choices. Well, that's a pretty good one. Alright. Danger Room, be kind. Danger Room being kind so far. I think Lamentis 1 is going to be fine in the rotation. I think it's actually a very exciting location. I think it adds for a lot of interesting gameplay. But I do think it was probably not the best idea to have it as a one and done. Think we're good. How do we feel about Magic plus Wong to enable some Wombo combo on 7 in this deck? I don't think you really want to be doing that, no. Like, I think if you're looking to build negative, you can play Magic and you can play Psylocke and stuff, but you're better off playing more like big hits that flip into more powerful, like, you know, Arnim Zola becoming a 0 for 6 or whatever, a 6 for 0 or whatever, in those spots than you are to be playing like all the 3-cost cards that you're looking to play with Silver Surfer. I think they are both good decks, but both kind of different decks. Death Moon, yeah, for sure. I mean, anyone who was playing Death and didn't mind playing Death was going to have a good time, because Death was very, very good during Lamentus 1. Sinister London, sure. Hey Dancer, you finally thought of how to rephrase your split question from a few days ago? Sure. Can you have the same split variant in 2 different variants of the same character? So you mean, can you get, like, gold background Kirby dots on 2 different variants? You can eventually, but you have to have every other variation first, I believe. Hopefully that answers your question. First game with Negative Surfer immediately hit Peak as the first location. Oh yeah, yeah. Peak's a good one for this deck. Okay, I expect this Mr. Fantastic to get punched horribly shortly. But in an ideal world, it's going to punch this Mr. Negative for us. Finally had her in the shop. Was a good time to have her in the shop. Wow, opponent storms away our flooded location. So we're actually not going to be punching our Mr. Negative, which is a little unfortunate. I would like to make many copies of Sarah, but I can't because there is a goose in the way. This art of goose is also terrifying, by the way. So, in the world that we can't play Sarah, what are we doing? Interesting. Opponent wants to snap. I think I'm kind of fine to just Bishop, Brood, Bast. We could Sarah in the Flood, but I don't think that means that we ever win the Flood. I think building out a board like this gives our hand more power on average, and we actually can win. This is, yeah, that's an insane hit. Look at that. Ding, ding. I can actually do this in the right order. No, I want to create a copy of the Iron Man, so I have to do this in the wrong order. I'm not going to snap back, but I think we're good here. Yeah, I don't think Sarah going right ever actually wins us the Flood, but apparently double Silver Surfer means we're not going to be winning the Flood anyway, I don't think. As we did not find our own Surfer. Man, this Patriot Surfer deck is pretty fucking nasty. So what we actually have to do here is we have to Bast into the Isle of Silence. So the Iron Man flips into Flooded. That's what we have to do there. So we actually need to leave a space in Flooded and not leave a space in the Isle of Silence. Well, Project Pegasus is pretty good. I'm fairly sure we are just snapping and playing negative, even though the Iron Man is in our hand. All good, K-Dancer. Happy to help. Happy to help. So yeah, that last one's winnable if we play towards drawing Iron Man. That is what we have to do. Opponent's turn 1 is Collector Sentinel and 2 other things. It's quite good. Quinjet Hood. Wow, jeez. That is a pretty good turn 1. Mojo World. Well, we'll just slam our Mojo into that, even though it is exactly the same as it would be if it hadn't been negatived. Opponent playing more 1-cost Sentinels, juicing up their Collector. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, the Nexus, sure. So we're going to be holding on to this Mystique for post-Iron Man, is the plan. And that should be able to win us the Nexus, if we can stick multiple Iron Men in it. You would hope. More and more Sentinels. I get the feeling there is a big Devil Dino in our future. Bast. Sure. That is also acceptable. Yeah, congrats to Ben Brode for obviously best mobile game and the entire team at Second Dinner. Everybody that's involved with the production of Marvel Snap. Obviously a fantastic award to be winning just like 60 days after global release. Hey Sasha, nice to see you finally get a good one in your shop. Wong is a good one indeed. Hopefully you can keep it up. Yeah, not having Brood is a pretty big deal, I think, for the old Lockjaw Surfer players. Or just Surfer players in general, to be honest. Alright, hoping we have the ability to put just our whole ass into the Nexus in a moment and dominate it. Well, that's pretty good. I would like to make a large Nexus if possible. No! That's so boring! Opponent, come back! Alright, we have definitely had some rough games so far today, but hopefully we can start turning this one around. Get our acts together in the face of all these opposing Silver Surfers, of which there has been many, many Surfers. Brood Tyrannus with Lockjaw. I don't think it's particularly good with Lockjaw, no, but I have seen decks playing both. So. Shuri's Lab, sure. That seems pretty reasonable for Mojo to go into. Opponent with the Colossus. Yeah, you don't want to hit it off of Lockjaw unless you have played your first thing into the Lockjaw lane. Otherwise, it's definitely a bit awkward. Monsieur Fantastique. With the Cosmo mid, sure. So, some ongoing Destroyer here, maybe? We've not been doing a very good job at drawing our Silver Surfer, which is somewhat unfortunate when you build your deck to utilize it. That being said, I think we are just running out our Brood here. Fair enough, Montax. I can appreciate that. The Sarah variant with the giant axe. It is a pretty good variant. We draw the Iron Man. I mean, that's not bad by any stretch, but I would really like to... really kind of like to draw Silver Surfer at some point in our life. That would be nice. Opponent with their own Mojo and Mr. Fantastic. Oh, dude, where is our Surfer? So I think our best bet is just Iron Man Mystique here. Any good Rogue and Gambit deck suggestions for the event? I think playing those two cards together is somewhat difficult to do in a good way, to be honest. I think they both belong in pretty different decks. I like Rogue in a number of the traditional negative shells that don't contain Silver Surfer. I think Gambit's pretty good in a lot of the Lockjaw decks. Those are kind of the places I would look for them independently. Iron Man is good enough here. Who needs to draw your Silver Surfer, chat? We are fine. I think Gambit's pretty good in a number of the Surfer decks. You could probably play them both in some Surfer decks if you really wanted to. With them both being 3s and everything. Hell's Kitchen will find us Bast. Well, that's pretty good. Hellcow from Akash, any good? Yeah, Hellcow's very solid in a lot of the Lockjaw Dracula decks, a lot of the discard decks in general, to be honest. Very sweet card. Not quite as good as it used to be, but still very, very solid. Very strong. Very fun, too. I enjoy playing with Hellcow. We find the Brood. Opponent is shocked to see Bast. Fair enough. Alright, keep our Iron Man in our deck for another 2 turns. That would be great. Opponent with the Angela. Sure. Keep getting variants of cards you never played. Oof. That is pretty unfortunate. Alas, Nova Roma means that we are drawing our Surfer and our Iron Man, but that's okay. So we're going to run out Bishop here. Pretty happy to run this out mid. Look to negative, look to Sarah, look to do the thing. I have been cracking a ton of variants myself recently, actually. It's been a bit of a shame. I would really like to open some more Series 4 cards to play with. And I've been failing to do that. So there are 3 cards left in my deck. So I think this is still worthwhile at that point. Opponent with the strong guy. Discards Black Cat, okay. I'm expecting to see a Hela in my near future, although I really don't want to. Okay, so I can Sarah, or I can Iron Man Mystique. I think Iron Man Mystique may actually just be better. And then look to go Brood Surfer on the final turn of the game. Opponent will make another strong guy. That's not something you see very often from these discard decks. Mystique is not a common inclusion. Played out their Swarm. Alright, let's see if this entire canister of gas is enough. Brand new subscriber coming in. Candy, welcome to Marvel Snap Zone, my friend. Hopefully you're doing very, very well. It's good to see you. So, Brood Surfer. Don't be too good of a Hela, I hope. Rhino and Morph. I think I have variants for both of those as well, actually. Not do I play either very often, so... Oh, Remedy. I have a pretty cool looking Morph variant, actually, but I just don't play it very much. You got the Morph profile picture? Makes sense. I like the negative one, personally, which is why I use it all the time. Okay, no Hela means we are just discarding some random crap at the end of the game here. Hopefully, that is not going to be enough. Brood, Brood, Brood. Surfer. Man, that's pretty good. Brood Surfer. Honestly, this Iron Man being buffed by the Surfer because it's a Mystique is also pretty gross. I think Morph's animation could definitely use a little bit of work. It's like kind of lackluster. Enchantress. Enchantress is a sweet one, actually. I haven't seen the Enchantress PvP too much. PFP, I should say. You'll always be my remedy. Okay, Crimson Cosmos and the Vault, not exactly good opening locations for us here, to be honest. I guess we are going to try and fill up the Vault before turn 6. It would be very nice if we draw our Brood to enable us doing that. The tracker only works with the Steam version of the game. That is currently correct, yes. You can, of course, also do some finicky business in order... Wow, we are screwed here, right? This is terrible. How the hell do we win this game? I guess maybe we draw Iron Man? I have no idea what we're supposed to do with this location. Unfortunately, the truth is with the tracker for iOS and Android, it's something we do want to do, it's something that we're interested in working on, but it requires access to files and odds and sods that unfortunately we are not allowed to access. Well, Second Dinner clearly don't want us to, based on what my lead dev tells me. So if that changes and we have the ability to do so, absolutely, we'd love to. Unfortunately, at the moment, that does not seem particularly likely. And yeah, it's a bit of a roughie. But yes, we obviously want to have a mobile app because, well, unsurprisingly, everyone wants a mobile app. It's a mobile game primarily. So we would love to do that. Well, maybe we win the tiebreaker. Maybe. How did we win that game? That's insane. Just completely unable to play the game for the most part. Doesn't matter. We successfully beat NASA. Yeah, Sarah's not good there. Sarah is absolutely not good there. But thankfully, things costing 0 does get us through. Lets us play the Angela. Sanctum Sanctorium, go away! We don't want you here. This deck is built to fill up 3 locations. Many Scorpions out and about today. Sakaar pulls the Iron Man. It's actually kind of annoying. Because this now doesn't work, right? Because we didn't play this Iron Man. Oh, this sucks. Okay, well. Angela's probably enough stats to be worth it. Storm. Okay, well. Now we probably just throw Brood in there and hope to draw the Silver Surfer. Gonna need to draw that Surfer, I think. Avid Doom and Wong user? I mean, sure. Like, if you're utilizing cards that are good there, that makes sense. Opponent with the Cerebro. Eric, I remember that actually, yeah. I've tried many awful Thanos decks at this point. Okay, well, we got one more shot to hit the Surfer. If we do hit the Surfer, what would we rather have in play? This ends up being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this actually ends up being more stats if we hit the Surfer. If opponent's snapping, I'm getting out of here. I do not wish to engage in more cubes in this spot. Cerebro's animation is pretty sweet, yeah. I do still want to try out Cerebro 3 when I get Valkyrie. But it's still sitting in my shop waiting for me to get some more tokens right now. Please, Second Dinner. I am desperate. No, I don't want to play Weird World. Weird World is ass. Oh, we drew a Sarah. Okay, well, I'm going to bass now before my hand is full of stuff with more than 3 power. Because unfortunately, Weird World is going to do that. I can, however, then make a 6 power Angela. I don't really want a Wasp, though. But alas, a Wasp is what we have. Suggest you a Cerebro 3 deck? I'd have to go find the list. I don't have one, like, on the top of my head, unfortunately. But, there is a few out there. We should have 1 or 2 on the site, I'd have thought, but I don't have one, like, immediately to hand, unfortunately. What are we doing here? Opponent doesn't want to let me figure it out, so that's completely fine. Been playing Sarah quite a bit, not an awful lot, sure. Since you got it from the shop, a lot of Icemans. Yes, Iceman very, very good against you, for sure. Well, good against hitting key cards, like Sarah. Even hitting things like Mystique can be very, very annoying. Hitting Mr. Negative also can be very, very annoying. Bar Sinister. Fair enough, Kieran. Like, I think for the most part, there's a number of cards you're definitely going to want. You're going to want things like Brood, like Silver Surfer, like, you know, Storm. You're going to want all kinds of goodies in that regard. That's more Cerebro 2, to be honest, but I'm thinking of the list that uses Valkyrie to set them all at the end, so I guess that's a different deck. Yeah, I think, like, you call it Cerebro 2.5, I guess, because you're trying to set everything to 3 with Valkyrie on the end, which means you can play all the sweet 2s. Okay. We will just fire off Mr. Fantastic. I think we're sticking through this snap currently, but we would like to negative and then draw a 5-power Iron Man to shove into Bar Sinister. That would be quite nice. How are we all doing tonight, folks? Hopefully you're having a good time. I know it's a pretty chill one this evening. It's been a pretty up and down kind of day, but hopefully you're enjoying the show, having a good time hanging out. I know a number of people ran off to go watch the World Cup, which is also understandable. Opponent will just go for it here. Lockjaw into Swarm, into Blade, discarding stuff. Okay, so I have to assume the Apocalypse is in their hand. I'm not sure I'd have played both Swarms out, because normally you want to give yourself a chance to hit the other one. Yeah, opponent just, unfortunately, span a lot of Swarms into a lot of Swarms, which is not ever really what that deck is trying to do. So we will negative. Did I enjoy the Game Awards? I didn't actually catch all that much of it, to be honest, because it's on quite late for me regionally. But what I did see of it, I did enjoy, yeah. So opponent does have the APOC. We lose our Angela. We draw the Surfer. Well, that's going into Bar Sinister currently. So I think we are happy to guarantee this. Okay, we might not beat the Dracula on APOC, unfortunately. We've got to try and win the other 2 lanes. Which we can definitely do. Unfortunately, the Basti is not going to be part of it. Alright, Multi-Surfer, let's go. We must thank Bill Clinton for our games this year. We certainly should. Just Bill Clinton and nobody else. The man behind Elden Ring. Well, quad Surfer is a go, folks. Juice. 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 Got Central Park. Yeah, Central Park's a pretty good one for The old Patriot lovers out there. So we lose Bar Sinister, but we don't really care. As these are 14 power broodlings. Very nice. The old quad surfer into Bar Sinister is quite a good one. Oh, Bast getting hit by the icebox actually blows. That's so ass. Oh, these locations, dude. I don't want my deck to be full of rocks. We are going to Bast here and turn our hand into significantly more stats, however. That one seems pretty good. The Vault, sure. I think I'm fine just playing out this Mojo here. You're misplaying Blue Marvel, but you don't feel like he's fitting too well recently. I think Blue Marvel is pretty much a needed card in the, like, Psylocke Magic versions of Negative. I don't think it's particularly good in this version, unfortunately. We have still yet to draw a rock, which is genuinely quite impressive. But I'm going to make myself some 0-1 rocks. Because that is better than drawing 1-0 rocks. And my Negative does have 3 power, courtesy of Bast. Yes! Free rock, chat. Free rock. So we're going to be looking to play these 3 currently. As a man local to Blackpool, England, rock is my my favourite. This feels like I'm about to eat a destroyer. Free rock! Yes! Okay, this is fine. So we go... Rock. Wolfsbane, Mystique, Surfer. And this ends up being 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I don't think this wins, unfortunately. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I guess I gotta try and beat the Destroyer, right? I gotta hope it goes in the right place. Alright, let's try and beat the Destroyer going mid. Did we get there? Did we beat the Destroyer going mid? Because that would be kind of pog. All you had to do was play it on the left. And you did not. Fear me and my rock. Clearly rock too strong, chat. Please nerf. Mind Scapo. Sure. If you smell what the rock is cooking. Sewer system. Okay, well my hand is currently having the Silver Surfer problem of being full of a pile of 3s. It's never really what you want. Especially not in the face of Mindscape. Honestly, Luke, I probably panicked the order at the end there because I was running out of time. That is mostly the reason for it, I think. Okay, so I think I have to, like, Brood Surfer early here to have a shot, because my opponent is going to be doing some silly Wong nonsense. Oh yeah, Cerebro is a lot of fun when you can do the thing. Alright, well... I think we do this. And we know our opponent's going to have a Wolfsbane, a Bishop, a Mystique, and a Serra. What is this negative variant, by the way? Sheesh. This thing is brutal. No, you're okay, Luke. I went to go make a play, realised it didn't beat Destroyer, had to go back and make another play, and by the time that I was getting there, I was just running out of time to get the turn done, so I just mis-sequenced. We do some Silver Surfing. Opponent will Rogue. Oh, they hit the Mr. Fantastic. That's unfortunate. Oh, what? Okay, I don't think we're beating this Iron Man, unfortunately. So we know opponent is on a Mystique, which means they can just make another Iron Man. So they have the Wolfsbane mid on alongside Wong, which I don't think we beat either. I'm not seeing a way for us to beat our own hand here, unfortunately. So I am going to get out of dodge. We do not beat our own deck, which is a shame. So after Spider-Man pisses him off, I mean, yeah, sure. It's just a very, very different variant than the other ones. It stands out. Hand is full of junk. Thank you, Triskelion. Let's see if my opponent likes playing on the left. They do! Abomination variant where he's beating up Hulk. That's pretty sweet. There's so many good variants in this game. It's very, very nice change of pace. Do I want a 3-power death? Is that a thing that I want? Yeah, Mindscape is definitely not one of my favoured locations a lot of the time, but it's also fine to exist, I think. I actually think this Bast is mostly fine. We're not playing the death this game anyway, I don't think. Seems very, very unlikely that we ever get this death out of our hand. Opponent with the Baron Mordo. Okay. Wakanda forever. Let's go. Okay, so Bishop into Klin while we can. Opponent will storm out Klin. Sure, I think that's okay as well. We draw the Surfer. Well, that makes me want a Wolfsbane. I think we just Wolfsbane Angel while we have the ability to. And then we're going to be looking to either Serra or Dino into stuff. Obviously, we do this the right way around, because that would be correct. Part of me wants to snap here. think I'm snapping here. It's still better than Ego. I mean, sure. Opponent's out of dodge. That's fine. We'll take our cube and get out. Yeah, I'm not a fan of District decks. I actually don't mind Ego on occasion. I was quite sour on Ego when I first started playing Snap. It very much wasn't for me. But the more I've played Snap, when it pops up very, very rarely, I don't mind. It's a bit of a laugh. Over to Hala, sure. This hand is not very good. Savage Lands gives us some Raptors. No early play for us here is big sad, but it is the way that it goes sometimes. Opponent with the Okoye. And Sakar will pull Mystique, because of course it does. Why would it not pull any other card in our hand? Oh, that sucks. Alright. Let's get this bishop on the table. Opponent wants to snap. I think we are still in this, but not by a lot. Yeah, follow the Ego snap rule. Just send a message, assert authority. You didn't lose 8 cubes, Ego did. And that's fine. That's completely fine. It's a bit of fun, right? It makes the game a little bit different. Making the game a little bit different is fine. It's exactly what Snap is all about, right? Every game should play slightly differently. Not 100% sure what we're against here, to be honest. Looks like it could be some kind of Sarah negative. Sarah Miracle, sorry, not Sarah negative. A little bit of juice should be fine here. Pretty fun clips with Egos, but since he never makes you win, sure. That is an interesting problem to have. We are indeed at some Sarah Miracle, as we get given a copy of our opponent's Sarah to join our own. Makes sense. We draw the Surfer. Did I see that? Yes, I do. Ben Jim Jam is a known Agatha aficionado. That is what he enjoys doing. We actually played against him on stream earlier today. He was playing Galactus for a change. But he does love himself some Agatha.
Horrible.
Ashmodis, thank you very much for the brand new subscription, my friend. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. I'm glad you're enjoying the show tonight. Sick variant of Domino. I've got a nice Domino too, actually. It's quite an exciting one to have. So this ends up being Brood, Wolfsbane, Surfer. Think so. Glitch Trick, that feels a bit abrupt. I don't mind like game warping like locations, but like I would much rather see stuff like TVA, which is kind of close to a coin flip sometimes, than seeing something that's like a literal coin flip. Opponent just jams their Brood in the middle. Alrighty. Wolfsbane into the Surfer. Let's get ourselves some cubes. Discard Ghost Rider Hela. I think most of the Agatha lists do discard her, but I don't think they always play Hela. I know some of them play just Ghost Rider though. Yeah, Agatha will take all your boosters. She's good like that. Yeah, I think I have the one where she's sat down. That one. I think that's the same one. Can always pull it up in a bit, I guess. I played it on stream the other day, so you might have seen it. We played it in the hot location decks. Limbo. Alright, well, I would like to Bast, and if I don't immediately draw Iron Man, I probably will Snap. Because this hand is pretty good. Thankfully, Iceman does not hit our Mr. Negative, but it does hit our 2-drop, which is give and take. We do not immediately draw Iron Man, so I am going to Snap. We will... Is there a viable replacement for Bast in this list? Opponent snaps back. Alright, let's disco. I think, unfortunately, Trent, if you want to play Surfer Negative, you can, but it probably has to be built pretty differently if you're not playing Bast. I think you still want to have access to things like Magic or Psylocke to help you accelerate. Maybe you still want access to Blue Marvel. Maybe you want a few different 3s that actually have some stats because you can never rely on Bast giving them to you. So I think there are definitely versions of this deck you could play without Bast for sure, but I think it probably changes a few other cards in the list as well. Sanctum Crimson Bar with no name. It's pretty crap. Opponent sends us a Hood. That's a little annoying. We have no good way of clearing that one out right now. Thanos' power. Yeah, I wish Thanos was like the alt win condition. If you have all 6 Infinity Stones in play and get Thanos into play, I feel like you should just win. That's really hard to do. Like a Yondu just fucks up your entire day, you know, I'm just... Okay, opponent knows what we're playing with this Daredevil, which is a little unfortunate, but I don't think it matters that much. They clearly don't want to play into Oscorp Tower this turn, so I guess if they want to Professor X this lane, that's probably fine. Let's set up Sarah over here on the right. Gives us a location we can still brood into, as we'll still have 3 open spaces if we draw the brood. Which feels like it probably is pretty important. Okay, so Jessica Jones grows, Sarah flips over. Yeah, I think you could do something more impactful, that's all, than is currently the case. And debris, okay, so Limbo is full, unfortunately. This could get a little bit sticky. We do have the Surfer, though, so we're not completely out of this. We go Bishop... Fantastic. I think I'm fine to do this and see where our opponent plays to. Oh! Okay, Spider-Man is a card that I don't necessarily beat. That's really frustrating. I wish I just played the Surfer. I guess I should have expected Spider-Man out of this deck, to be honest, and just filled. Ugh. Alright, losing 4 cubes to that one instead of 8 is fine, I guess, but... There's no interaction between Galactus and Surfer. Yeah, I actually kind of was a little surprised by that too. Kind of assumed there'd be a little something, but there is apparently not. Alrighty, a little bit of extra juice here definitely goes a long way. Fantastic. Grand Central, sure. We are going to be pretty happy here to run out this brood, I think. You love Shuri's Lab, but not with a Cerebro deck. Yeah, you're going to find that a lot, unfortunately. Cerebro, as a deck, has so many locations that it really would rather not see. It's the unfortunate truth. Opponent will Moon Girl here, sure. We let Negative die a horrible death in a Hala-based explosion. And we draw a Bishop, sure. So I think what we're actually going to do is stick this Iron Man in Grand Central so that random Mystique does not get pulled out of our hand by Grand Central. Opponent with a double Hood Bucky Barnes. Okay. Hey Checkers, good to see you, friend. Hopefully all is going well for you. And we will snap and we'll go create another Iron Man, Bishop... Well, I guess we create another Iron Man, enter Silver Surfer here, right? I think that is the best thing we can do. Whoa! I think we're good. I think we're okay. Ooh, that had my heart in my mouth for a second. Was not expecting a Magneto to come down out of nowhere there, but we're all good. We're okay. Iron Man just ends up achieving not an awful lot by himself. You think I'm going to get Enchantress? Only one way to find out. Was not sure we were winning that one. Mirror Dimension, we have a pretty reasonable Bast hand here. Obviously hitting Sarah is never ideal, but... Close one, yeah, for sure. I was not sure about that. You did get Enchantress. Oof. Finally got Wong. Very nice. Very nice. Enjoy it. I do need to build that Wong reveal surfer list. I don't have one right now. Kind of would like to play it a little bit. Okay, so this is not the best array of locations. I guess we're just running out Bishop here. It's pretty rough. Miles is in Pool 3? He is, yes. Miles is in Series 3. He's the last Season Pass card that was being added to 3 instead of 5, I believe. Now we have 2 copies of Warrior Falls. This actually sucks. So I guess we're going to go Mojo, then Sarah into Atlantis, and then try and dump everything on the final turn. Otherwise, Warrior Falls just kind of accidentally kills our own stuff. So that is the plan. Opponent moves their Nightcrawler and their Kraven over, so Nightcrawler is getting punched. Bast also getting punched. Warrior Falls, I think, is a fine location, but it can definitely be a bit awkward when you got 2 of them. We're just going to have to try and unload the cannon on the final turn of the game on probably the Warrior Falls on the far left, depending on what our opponent plays here. Well, now it will definitely be the far left because we can't play in the middle. Which is fine. Spider-Man says no. Spider-Man then dies a horrible, easily preventable death. Okay, we are going to go Brood, Wolfsbane, Surfer. Hey Ben, you have Absorbing Man in your shop and you play Venom Taskmaster. Should you buy it? I'll preface this as always with my normal line of I'm only a guy on the internet. My opinion is only worth as much as you want it to be. Please don't hold me responsible for any of your decisions. With that said, I think Absorbing Man is a pretty reasonable card overall. It's obviously very reminiscent of Mystique, which is a very unique and in-demand effect. And if you're going to be playing decks where it's good, then yeah, I would definitely suggest giving it a shake and trying it out. We might be losing to a 17-power That's pretty crap. I thought it was going to be pretty hard for us to lose Atlantis there, but I mean, we didn't really have a chance to play around that because middle was locked off. We definitely would have stayed in for a cube there. I think Absorbing Man is a pretty reasonable buy if you're playing decks that are going to be using it, so I would say yes. What's a good deck for Absorbing Man? You can try out any number of the Lockjaw discard decks. You can play things like Venom Taskmaster. You can play Hazmat Wong if you've got those cards available for that alongside Luke Cage. There's a number of different things you can do with it. Opponent with the Mantis. Yeah, losing Atlantis there kind of sucks. Project Pegasus. That's a pretty good one for this hand. Why we draw the Iron Man? Still snapping here, fairly sure. We go Mr. Fantastic into Mr. Negative. Everyone's been pulling Absorbing Man. I'm so jealous. Opponent snaps back. Alright, we're going to be discoing for a good handful of cubes here. I do not have Absorbing Man yet. In fact, I've not opened a single card from a cache since the first day of the patch. Double She-Hulk will do that. Silver Surfer into Absorbing Man? Yeah, another one you can do, for sure. We draw our Surfer and a Wolfsbane. Sure. Well, this is just going to be me sneaking Mojo in here. Absorb was your first token shop. You just got him. Fair enough. My first token shop was Bast, and then I bought Thanos, and then I ran out of tokens. And now I'm saving up for our good friend Valkyrie, who's currently in my token shop. So, do we fire off the Brood and accept that we got to give up space mid to play it out, to play out the Surfer? I think what we actually do is this, right? It's worth slightly more stats. Iceman, please don't hit the Iron Man. Hitting the Surfer is fine, I think. Still waiting to see what you want from the shop. Totally fair, honestly. I can't say I blame you. Bast, not a draw we were really interested in. So we are going to go Iron Man mid into Surfer, I imagine. Opponent will Blue Marvel. So this is going to be our largest amount of stats, so let's go. Hopefully no Ultron in my future, that would be nice. If I'm winning without Iron Man, I'm definitely winning with it, right? Unless you mean without my opponent's Iron Man, which would make some sense. Yeah, Peter sounds like a pretty reasonable shell. Sounds like the zero destroy deck in a way. I'm gonna hold out for the 8 cubes here. I think we have this. It's only really like Ultron that I don't want to see. I guess, yeah, like stuff like White Tiger and Doom as well. Opponent's out of here. None of that. Ben, that's totally fair. If you want to hold out for things like Death and Hood, I can totally respect that. They are very powerful cards that are worth owning. There's no harm in letting a card like Absorbing Man go if you want to be picking up more Series 3 cards. Very nice. Grand Central, we draw a pretty reasonable Bast hand again, so I would like to give my hand many, many stats. Good lord, when Bast is good, it is good. This card is fantastic. Angela into Miri Isle with 4 power on turn 2. I thought they said they nerfed this card. Yeah, Destroy really benefits from the Hood. The Hood is a fantastic card for the Destroy shells, no doubt. No doubt. Down to 1,700 tokens, been passing on Series 4 and 5. Yeah, at that point, I don't blame you. He's not absolutely essential by any stretch, but he is very, very nice, yes. Alright, we're going to go Bishop here. Probably into Brood, into Stark Tower, looking to draw our Surfer. Wasn't sure if I was still streaming. Here I am, streaming on a Friday night, yeah. On lunch, we wanted to stop in for a few. Good to see you, Death. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you have a lovely lunch. Wave and Magneto are the last few you need. Those are... Well, Wave... I think Wave is more important than Magneto, but those are both pretty good ones. Alright, I would like to draw my Surfer, please. Or Sarah. We'll draw Sarah or Surfer. Both of those would be pretty much ideal. Interesting comparison, Glitch. Interesting comparison. Perfect. Alright, Grand Central. Don't be an asshole and don't pull the Mystique. That's all we're going to ask. You paused me like 3 hours ago when you had to go do something. Yeah, I've only been live for about 2.5 hours, somewhere in that kind of ballpark at the moment, so... Oh yeah, the She-Hulk situation is great, Eric. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Beast in the shop, but you only want to pull 3 cards? Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Wait till you pick up something that you particularly want, for sure. Oh, Bast. Oh, yeah, okay, Bast. No! Oh, why are you playing Leech? Oh, now you can pull whatever you want from my hand. I don't care anymore. Pulled their Mystique, which is very funny. Negative is not what we wanted to draw here. Always happy to help, Ben. No problem at all. Was probably right at the start of the stream. Yeah, maybe. Good chance. Good chance. Oh, that sucks so bad. I mean, we're still just going to play out bodies here, I think. But, I mean... Oh, Leech. Yeah, I've actually seen more Leech than before recently, too. I'm not used to having it completely ruin my day. Yeah, the good old 0 power card with no stats that's just buffing Bishop and Angela. Good card. Good card. Yeah, I can't blame people passing on Bast. I think the card is very, very strong, but of course it's worth like 6 pull 3 cards. If you still need pull 3 cards, just get you some stuff. Is it worth it to buy the Battle Pass? In my opinion, 100% yes, if you are willing to spend any money on Marvel Snap at all. If you want to spend money on Snap, it is probably the most affordable way and most efficient way of doing so. Opponent is out of here! Nice Leech. Yeah, I've been leeched a lot since Lamentis 1 became a location. It's come up quite a bit in that time. I know one of the ramp decks that we're featuring in tomorrow's video. Spoiler alert, we've got an Infinite Decks of the Week coming out tomorrow. And I know one of the decks in that also plays Leech. So if you're interested in a Leech deck that made Infinite, then tune in to tomorrow's video and tomorrow's article. You will enjoy it. Subterranea fills my deck with absolute trash, which I will start playing into Subterranea to send a message. Leech is also good for the turn 6 combo decks. Yeah, I agree. You ever Leech a copy of Death? It's really funny. Not sure what you mean, unfortunately, now. Feels like your question got cut off a bit before you got it out. Well, this Wolfsbane is pretty reasonable, I think. Unfortunately, the ongoing effects being stopped in the Isle of Silence. Pretty big. Can't really decide if you should buy the Absorbing Man. The only deck where you play Destroy is with Venom Taskmaster. Yeah, if it's going to be a one deck kind of buy and you're still waiting on a ton of pull 3 cards, I would probably wait personally. But again, it's completely your choice to spend your tokens wherever you wish. I actually think Leech has been pretty reasonable for people recently. I have been pleasantly surprised to see how okay it's been. If you just draw rocks on turn 1 and turn 2, you leave. I'm looking forward to drawing rocks with 1 power, because that's what I'm about to do. Yes! Power rock! Alright, we get one more chance to draw something that isn't completely terrible. Our opponent plays a whole 5 cards in the same turn. Eat a rock. Eat a rock actually somehow eats a real card. That's somewhat unfortunate. But to be fair, Mojo probably wasn't winning us any games anyway. Ooh. Does that do anything? Where is my opponent going? Excuse me, sir and or woman. How on earth was I beating you there? Goodbye, I guess. Would a negative rock be paper? Asking the real questions. Yes. Next question. Rock versus Cooler Rock, exactly. You know what's up. Have I bought the new offer? I have not. I currently do not buy bundles because I don't make a lot of money, and at the moment I'm not in a position to fire off extra money onto cosmetics during the Christmas season. I got a lot of travel over Christmas and a lot of presents to buy, so I am being sensible. Yeah, opponent just running away out of fear of negative intercerer, I suppose. How do I feel about more targeted random, as in cards like Gambit not targeting armored locations as much, or Blade not targeting Hela? Okay, so I think Gambit being coded so that it doesn't hit armored locations probably makes it very good, but is probably fine if you're worried about that kind of thing. I think coding the discard cards to stop discarding Hela defeats the whole point of that deck, so I think very give and take depending on what exactly you're trying to achieve. The Battle Pass is indeed the best value for money in terms of what they offer, in my opinion. I think it's pretty good value, and you'll always find me buying the Battle Pass. I will basically always buy the Battle Pass every season because I want to play with the new card, I've got content to make, and I can afford to do that. So, opponent with the Mr. Negative. It's kind of scary. We will get a Serra on the table, and looks like we're probably going to be on the Iron Man plan on turn 6. But we could still draw the Surfer, and everything could change. Opponent with a Serra of their own. This could be a quite scary finish to this game. No Surfer for us. So which of these do I think offers more stats? Is it Iron Man, or is it Bishop, Fantastic, Wolfsbane? I think it's Bishop, Fantastic, Wolfsbane. Lost too many games by 1 point from Gambit aiming at armor. Yeah, I think that's an interesting one. If you want to make it so that if an effect like armor or Wakanda is available, then it doesn't go there. Maybe you just make it so Gambit only hits the location you play him at. Like, maybe that's completely fine if you want to make that be the case. But I don't think we want to be trying to remove too much variance, because then every game starts playing the same. Okay, did we manage to steal this, or is this middle column going to be absolutely nightmarish? Another Iron Man into the Surfer. Wow, okay, my opponent's final turn was significantly worse than I expected. We're able to just sneak out by spreading stats across the board. Very nice. It looks like he's playing something pretty similar to what I'm playing, yeah. So it should aim for a card they can't destroy. I think I'd actually kind of like it if Gambit only targeted the lane you played it in. I actually think that would be a pretty nice change, but I can definitely see why people would prefer it to be completely random. It creates some really good esports moments, which is what I prefer to call stuff like that, where it's like, oh my god, it did the thing! And that's very much the epitome of an esports moment. And Gambit's very good at doing that. If I had to choose between Lockjaw or Patriot, what would I choose? For fun, Lockjaw. For competitiveness, Patriot, I think. We draw Bast. That's pretty good. We're going to go Bishop Bast. Give our hand some juice. God, Bast is a heck of a drug. What a card. Opponent discards their Agatha Harkness. The plan is unveiled. We find negative. Most of my goodies have been drawn already, to be honest. Wolfsbane's still in my deck. Angela. Sarah. It was a pretty amazing Bass pull, I agree. I think we just fire off this Iron Man instead. Seems better. Lockjaw's a lot of fun. I think the card's quite good too, in theory. Opponent has their Serra. We would have drawn the Wolfsbane. So we're just going to make ourselves another copy of Iron Man and then run out the Brood. And our final turn should just be stuff. And we are going to snap here. Feels like we're in pretty good shape. Try and earn ourselves some cubes. Only Lockjaw deck you play is Thor. I've actually got a different Lockjaw deck lined up for the next deck we're going to play in about 15 minutes or so. That is the Lockjaw discard deck that is also now playing Silver Surfer. And we're going to see how that one plays out. Very nice. So I can just go Wolfsbane Surfer here. And we should be A-OK. Man, Surfer adding stats to Mystique when Mystique is a copy of Iron Man feels like cheating. It is pretty disgusting. Call it a power play, if you will. How about AI for Ego and Agatha? I think that ruins the charm of them, to be honest. I think, like, if you don't want Agatha to be around, you just don't play Agatha. And if Ego turns up, it turns up so rarely that I don't think it actually matters very much. I think it makes for a bit of a fun, different experience. Very nice. Opponent has the Enchantress to eat Armid or Lane, and it's still not good enough. I think the charm of those cards is that they are meant to be something different. So I don't think they need to be improving that much. This hand is a bit rubbish, but good number of cards fixed. Speak of the devil, folks. You always snap on Ego. You always snap on Ego. It's about sending a message, and if you lose 8 cubes, you didn't. Ego lost 8 cubes. That's fine. Do I see Surfer getting nerfed? Probably not anytime soon. I think realistically, probably people are going to learn to adapt to him. And if they can learn to adapt to him, they'll be fine. I think it's a good chance that if it does feel like it needs to get nerfed, it will probably remain unnerfed until it enters Pool 5 or Series 5. And then they'll look at it. They'll probably look at it as it goes into Series 5. No worries, Murdoch. Take care of yourself, friend. Have a good one. Stay safe. Deadpool in a reserve? Ah, it's rough. Deadpool's definitely one that needs a lot of help to get going. And it plays something else on 3. Fair enough. I definitely wouldn't have played Angela here. Angela seems like a subpar play to play on turn 4 here, but at the moment, She-Hulk is kind of like always a better Chavez, is my problem with her. But I mostly think the card is fine, but it's another one of those cards that, hilariously, putting it down to 8 power probably buffs it, because you want it to die to Shang-Chi. So you probably don't want to give it 8 power. Opponent plays Wolfsbane. That's probably not what I would have done here either, Ego, but thank you for trying. My opponent's entire hand is in play. So they've played the Surfer. It only buffs a Bishop. That's not great for them. All the Mysterios. So anything they play into Sinister London is not getting doubled anywhere. Brood Mystique is not the line I'd have gone for. However, does this... Oh, I have no idea if we win this one. So this ends up being 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This ends up being 9, 10, 11. Oh, good lord. Are we short 1 in the middle? I mean, we're not, because the bishop... Anyway... Two, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we are retreating. I believe we are losing that game. Somewhat unfortunately. But again, I would much rather just snap on ego. It makes the game significantly more fun. If I lose 2 cubes as a result, that is fine. Yeah, you brought ego into existence by asking about him. I mean, sure, glitch trap, but I mean, like, even like stat-wise, just on curve, it's always a better Chavez. So, Weird World draws me a Maximus, which is not a card I really want to flip with Bast. And I now don't want to play this negative either, so I'm pretty sure I'm holding this Bast for now. Black Bolt disrupts Surfer as the lowest cards are 2 that he gets. Interesting, actually. That's a cool little line. Black Bolting the Surfer players might be cool. You know what, actually? I might have a really sweet deck I'm going to move on to that might be the anti-Surfer deck that we can probably play in a minute. Might be cool. Maybe I'll play that. Maybe I'll play Discard. So we draw a Rogue from our opponent. That's not exactly great. We'll run out this Mojo. We obviously do not want a negative, do not want a Bast currently, because neither of those are good for us. We find Wong. I feel like we have to run out Maximus here. How big is my opponent's hand? 6? So if they play 1 card down to 5, draw up to 7, they get no copy of Maximus? I guess we try and do that. Opponent will storm the Weird World. Okay. Reasonable. Just in time for me to play my Mr. Negative. Can I play Destroy? I can play the... I don't think I have anything built for Destroy right now, actually. And to be fair, I played quite a lot of the Death decks while the location was up, so I think I would rather pass on doing that for now. Maximus is a chunky boy for sure. So we're going to go Fantastic Angela Bast, I think is what we're doing here. But we are going to need some help to win this one. You do like Cerebro 2 deck? Cerebro 2 is sweet. I'm a big fan of Cerebro. I just think it has pretty bad location variants. Why can't you see what you discarded? I think for the most part they don't want you to be able to track that information. They gave me an Iron Man. Well, I'm just going to rogue that and then play Brood, and I think I should probably be good here. I would like to steal my opponent's Iron Man with this rogue that I gained. You have a game where they sent you a Green Goblin, and because of Wong, Mystique Surfer, he became 9 power. That's so funny. Genuinely very, very funny. Yeah, I might hold off on the deck that contains Black Bolt because it's in an article for tomorrow, but maybe I won't. It does seem like it could be a pretty fun one to play. So Rogue yoinks the Iron Man. They did play mid, which is pretty good for us here, I think. Brood, Brood, Brood. We're all good. Looks like we lagged out a bit. Mystique doesn't do anything! Very, very nice. Basically exactly what we were hoping for. Steadily climbing back up with this one, that's for sure. We had a bit of a rough start to the stream today. Sending goblins back. Sending goblins back is great. Sometimes you need to know again. I mean, sure, I can appreciate that. Makes a fair amount of sense. I think I prefer it without knowing that information, but I could definitely see why you'd want to. Death's Domain with Brood for sure. Yeah, good little 1-2 punch. It's really nice to see Brood seeing as much play as it is, to be honest. It was obviously a card that was basically written off and forgotten about. And now, thanks to Silver Surfer, it is shining all over the place. Yeah, I might finish on the cool deck, actually. We'll play something a bit sweet. When I say Brood is worth spending tokens on for Surfer, I mean, I would say it's probably worth spending tokens on if you already have the rest of the deck. Because there's obviously a number of other things you kind of need to play this deck. Brood tokens will start getting some juice. We draw negative. So most of our goodies are in our hand here, right? The Mystique isn't. The Surfer isn't. This is probably still worthwhile. You impulse bought Brood, and you were regretting it, but now his stonks have gone up for sure. If you already have everything for Surfer negative except for Brood, then I would highly encourage you to pick up Brood. Yeah, I think that'd be a pretty good buy. We draw the Wolfsbane. We are, of course, going to run out our Serra over here. And then look to do some silly stuff. I would like to draw a Surfer, please. That would be great. Ironheart instead, for sure. I think Bast is a huge upgrade for you then. If you could see yourself playing that deck quite a lot, seems like a good buy. But as always, I am man on internet. Opinion only worth as much as you would like it to be. Righto, what do we want to do here? We want to go... Angela, Mojo, Iron Man, Wolfsbane. Seems good. Opponent would like to leave. Makes a lot of sense. The Tradmore Doctor Strange comics start come out? That's good to know, actually. I had no idea about that. And let's take one more with this deck then, see if it can get us over the mark to 72, and then I'm going to play the cool deck. And I'm going to throw this out there and say it's definitely a bit unconventional. And if you want to see more of it, it will be in an article and a video tomorrow. So you'll get to look at this one as a bit of a sneak peek, if you like, for a deck that we're talking about tomorrow, as the deck we'll play next. This is a fine Bast. We will just throw this out. Give some power to Mystique and Iron Man. Grand Central. Grand Central is not a favourite of mine with this deck, because we are very likely to just pull this Mystique. Good old Infinite. We do love us some Infinite. Opponent plays their Domino into Murder World, and I have to feel slightly sorry for them. I am tempted to start filling up Grand Central so that I can never have the Mystique pulled. This deck keeps making you want Bast. I can't say I blame you. Because the card is very sweet. But I currently have Valkyrie pinned too, so I can't help but sympathise. Like, at the moment, I just really, really do not want to do anything but buy Valkyrie and get playing with that card. Opponent plays Omega Red mid. Alright. Okay, opponent's just out of here. Wants no part of that. Alright, this deck is still very, very solid. Unsurprisingly. Pretty good. But I would like to try the cool thing. And so I'm going to try the cool thing. Folks, let's take a look at this. Let me go build deck, import. This is a lovely ramp shell we've got coming up in an article for tomorrow. So to give you a basic premise of this deck, again, we're going to go into this one in more detail tomorrow. So if you want a dedicated video, you want a dedicated breakdown in the article, it will go live on Snapzone tomorrow, don't panic. But this is one that's come out of the Asia region. It comes from a user named Chi Yuachi. I believe I'm not butchering that hopefully too badly. They reached Infinite with this deck, with an old school style of ramp, looking to beat up on the opponents who are playing all of these ridiculous Surfer decks, and all of these ridiculous like Death and Leader decks itself. No Galactus, no Destroyer, no Hobgoblin. We're using energy here for lots of points, and beat me if you can on raw stats. The only card that's looking to annoy the opponent here really is Leech, to try and cancel out those deaths, cancel out those She-Hulks, alongside these other big win conditions. It's definitely kind of interesting to see, like, Black Panther is in this deck, because it's kind of not doing anything other than being raw stats, but I look forward to seeing whether or not that is good enough, as it's something that we have not really seen in these ramp shells before. This is definitely
Please tell me nobody kissed me.
something a bit different, because, well, the curve kind of starts at 5, if you will. So we're going to grab a photo of this one, get it ready to be on screen during the games, and we're going to give this thing a shake and see how this absolute pile of bulk feels on the ladder. Let's give it a go. It definitely seems pretty heavily counter-meta for sure. What Marvel character that doesn't already have a card would you like to see? We had this question the other day, actually, and I think the answer for me is the Blob. I would like to see the Blob. You learn to hate the Infinite. I love the Infinite. The Infinite's great. Alright, we're going to save this Psylocke to get an extra 5-drop out. How do you play Death? You will often be able to just wave them into play, I believe. There's a good chance it's still in this deck from the event, unfortunately. Good chance we replace that with something else, to be honest. It's probably still in from the featured location. Alright, let's set ourselves up for a turn 4 Leech. Wolverine flips. Opponent has the Deadpool in their hand. The death costs so little because of opponent destroying their stuff. I am just going to Leech here. Could death be good in decks without wave? Probably not, I don't think, honestly. We've got Giganto. Giganto plays pretty well in the Hela deck. It's pretty good over in Hela. Do I know when the next meta report is coming out? I do! The plan is for the next meta report to be out on Tuesday. We finally think we have enough information about stuff to let you know what's going on. So, we're going to try and make you aware of stuff. Opponent has a 4-power Deadpool and a -2 power Hood. And we probably just Leader here now. Maybe we can Magneto instead. How are we winning Monster Island? If we Leader and they play 2 things, we look silly. We only draw if they play 1, which means we don't... well, we would win if we draw. So if we assume they're playing 1 thing, we're supposed to play Leader. I think I'm going with that route. They played 2 things and now I look silly. Never mind, because... no, yeah, they played 2 things and I look silly. Okay, so I guess we're just supposed to Magneto there. Alright, cool. Now, well, I guess now we know. Like, This is literally the first game I've played with that deck, so I suppose we're just supposed to slam the Magneto on the final turn there instead. I assumed our opponent was only playing one thing, I guess. District X is going to take our deck away, so this is not going to be a great look for this one. Yeah, I think the death is interesting in the deck, for sure. I'm not sure it's good, but it's definitely interesting. District X game. So we will be playing something else entirely. Machine World. Okay, this whole game is now a mess. Let's get some juice into our Sunspot while we wait to draw some things that don't suck. And inevitably get Killmongered. Elysium. Okay. You probably could. It does make sense that sometimes you're just going to get to play a death for cheap because your opponent let you. It could just be good enough for that reason. Opponent snaps here, but I'm pretty happy to stick around for now. They do indeed Killmonger. We kind of expected that. What they don't know is that we have a death in our hand. So that's okay. I think we're just going to play this out now. We're going to want to empty our hand here to get this strong guy huge. Opponent with the Captain Marvel, sure. Well, we can't really empty our hand with a Nick Fury. That's a little unfortunate. Alright, let's give you... Cloak Nick Fury is fine here, I think. And we'll just look for a good 6. I was like, yeah, we can juice up strong guy, get our hand empty, and we draw Nick Fury. Montax, this isn't my list. It comes from an Asian user who we're talking about in an article tomorrow. So I can't really speak to the reasons behind choices at the moment. Opponent has a death of their own. Okay. Now we're cooking. What do we do here? I think I'm going Hulk Craven.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Brand new subscriber coming in, Brian Robert. Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. I'm glad you're enjoying the show today. Welcome, welcome. Opponent Zola's the Death. Which isn't good enough, because Captain Marvel would tie. I thought Captain Marvel was going to win that for them there and win 2 locations, but the big old gap on the left, more than enough. I am unfortunately the wrong person to be talking about when it comes to comic lore, because I just don't know. I've always been more of a TCG, collectible card game guy, than I have been a comic guy. Well, thankfully we drew our death as our decks just explode into oblivion. And I feel like this hand is probably pretty cracked for Lamentis. Opponent takes the snap. Dark Dimension will keep passing for now. Savage Land, sure. We're going to look to wave, and we don't need to play this death out just yet. You think she's usually just a sexy skeleton. Well, that's 2 things that I am not, and therefore I am not equipped to comment. Yeah, I think she was definitely a leftover from Lamentis, but it seems like she might be completely reasonable even without Lamentis, just as like raw stats. I'm kind of shocked to not see Jubilee in this deck, but Again, I'm not the one who built it, so I'm willing to figure out the details later. We're all just sexy skeletons, really. That is quite funny. So I think we Doom is probably the right line here. We might even be able to hide this underneath Dark Dimension. That could be pretty cheeky. Opponent plays the Serra. We will go Black Panther. And then we'll look to go Death Odin. I think there's a good chance, we're just against enough people randomly destroying stuff that she can be completely fine off of like Wave or Electro or just in general, or in spots where like Lamentis flips up. So Odin, Death. Let's do it. That's fair enough, Montax. As I said, this is quite literally my first games with a list put together by this player. So I'm hoping that it is in fact worth it, but we'll see. More robots. Perfect. Very nice. Well, Lamentis definitely kind of came up trumps there. Our hand was kind of nuts. Have I ever played Slay the Spire? I have a small amount. I've always meant to play more of it and never really found the time. But I have played it and I do enjoy it. So, yeah, it's a sweet one. Slay the Spire is pretty cool. I know some people that are like adamantly addicted to Slay the Spire, so... Superflow is probably good for this stack, right? Sunspot just gonna give us plenty of juice. Man, this Magneto variant is so nice. I'm so happy I picked this one up. I'm looking forward to upgrading it and making it look much, much nicer. Big fan. It's gonna take you a long time to catch up, fair enough. Yeah, Slay the Spire was one that a lot of people I was around got into. And I definitely dabbled, but I was quite busy in my life at that point, so I never really got to play it as much as I'd hoped I did. I've definitely got more hours in Snap now. Are we running out Electro? I actually don't think we are currently, because we have this Psylocke available. So I think we're going to Psylocke into Black Panther here. Is this the House of X variant? I actually don't know what the name of this variant is. I would have to check for you, unfortunately. It popped up in my store yesterday at 1200 gold, and I was like desperate for it because it looked great. So I spent the 1200 gold that I'd picked up off the Battle Pass on a nice looking Magneto. We get to Leech our opponent. This card just feels so dirty. How would I currently build Wong negative? I'm hoping we have some versions of that deck to show you on Tuesday, Checkers, but I don't have a list to hand, unfortunately. Yeah, Lou, I think you're right. It's either going to be an incredible variant or an awful one, and nowhere in between. Yeah, it's a brand new variant for me, so... Alright, let us... We drew Black Bolt. Well, we've already leeched our opponent's hand, so I probably don't care that much about Black Bolting it. I'm probably just going to run out this Magneto. Opponent plays nothing.
All systems go.
Interesting. No worries, Checkers. Yeah, as I said, we got some... So we've got decks that made it to Infinite this week coming out tomorrow, which this deck is part of, in part of that article. And then we've got the tier list update coming out on Tuesday. So there should just be Doom, I think. doomy goodness. This deck has felt super reasonable so far. You got me all excited. You bought Baby Venom because he's your favourite card. You have no variants of him. I love the wrestling variant of Venom, but unfortunately I do not have it. I only have the baby one, and I actually don't like it very much. So I currently just use an Infinity Split version of Venom. Camera's starting to fail on the autofocus. We'll be all good. There it goes. So we'll run out our Sunspot here. That Leech was disgusting. And I'm starting to think Leech might be the secret hidden tech right now, because it's probably really good against all the Surfer decks too. Well, opponent Yondu's my Leech! No! My tech card! Give it back. I do wonder if you're supposed to have Jubilee in here, but maybe you just have enough in Psylocke and Electro and Wave. Icelander or bust. As in for the winner box tomorrow? Because I got some bad news. I am not playing Icelander tomorrow. I'm playing a little something else. I feel bad now though. Yeah, the Wrestling Venom is so cool. Big agree. Alright, we get to play 2 6s here, but we are unfortunately a little jacked up in the hand. Leech is also an answer to leader. Indeed, yeah, for sure. But we'll Carnage away, then over Yondu. Sure. I get the feeling we're probably going to want a leader this game. Tyler, yeah, we put out a big old tweet about this, and yet, unfortunately, it seems to be the question I'm answering the most. We will have a new tier list update with you on Tuesday. At the moment, we just didn't feel like we were comfortable giving out information. Didn't really know what the metagame looked like. Didn't feel comfortable doing that. So we have, as a result, been waiting for an update and to figure out what everything looks like. Den feels like he's pretty comfortable putting a list out now, so we have a brand new tier list coming out on Tuesday. So stay tuned. We will have an update with you very, very soon. Kind of want to play Death into Leader here, to be honest. I think that's how I win the most stat-wise. Yeah, I think so. That's okay, Tyler. You don't have to apologise for not seeing the tweet. It just wish I could get it to you faster, honestly. Peak Limbo Sandwich, lol. That's great. Alright, well, we might get screwed by not having space here, but we are going to go for it, chat. Happy to help, though. Happy to give you the answer. No! I killed my own Sunspot. Shit. That's not exactly what we were hoping for. To be fair, the Sunspot was dying to kill Monger anyway, apparently, so that's fine. I'm playing Iris Stromae tomorrow. We are playing something a little bit different, playing some Iris Stromae. Limbo Sandwich. Sounds delicious. Do I think Ebony Moore's Sunspot will see more play? Once Null comes out? I don't think so. I don't think they'll see particularly more play than they already do. Well, Luke's bar is really good for this Electro. The point is there any reason me holding on to this Psylocke? Maybe. Let's hold on to it for now. Can we all stop playing Cosmo and Enchantress? Welcome to playing Wong, checkers. There are many good answers to it. Alright. Have a good one, Glitch. Take care of yourself. Have a good lunch. Opponent plays the Goose. Goose is actually very, very bad for this hand. So Electro gets kicked back into our hand. We have 5 to work with. So we can make ourselves have 7 to work with under Wave, which is not enough. We can have 8 to work with under 8 not under Wave, which is not enough. What do I think the best deck is right now? I think the metagame has been in a bit of a tizzy, given the featured locations and all that kind of wonderful jazz. I do not think we have the clearest image, and I think if I told you that right now, I would probably be spoiling the tier list on Tuesday. So I think the Silver Surfer decks are good. I think a lot of the Destroy decks are still very good. I think this Cosmo is a pain in the ass. But do I know what the... Oh, whoa, this is so bad. How did my opponent turn off Doctor Doom? Oh, we're in trouble. Goose and Cosmo just ruining my entire life in winning Luke's bar. I guess we're just going with stats. In the end, ongoing Spectrum probably still the best deck. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely still up there. Definitely still up there. As I say, we'll have an update with everybody on Tuesday. So hopefully we have some nice, clean, concise information by then. How am I today? I'm doing well, thank you, Blobfish. How are you, my friend? Hopefully you're having a lovely day. We draw the leader to finish. Does this ever win us the game? Wow, that would have been a pretty sick line, actually. Magnetoing the Cosmo over would have been kind of great. Didn't think of that. Did not think of that. That would have been a great shout, yeah. Good spot. Unfortunately, I think we are stoned in this spot. Mostly off the fact this Goose and Cosmo back-to-back was pretty disgusting. But yeah, I guess we had a way out of it. I guess we had the way to get out of this with the Magneto Center. Alright. I don't mind retreating here. You think Bayro with She-Hulk is insane? I think the deck is good. I definitely think Bayro with She-Hulk is good. It's also leading to a massive uptick in the play of Leader. And Leader is very, very good into that deck too, so... Got Wave from Akash and Death from Tokens. Very nice. Enjoy your brand new deck. That is definitely a good day in my books. Doom mid doesn't really get me anywhere. My opponent just still plays to left and we lose, right? The Doom just gets bounced back to our hand. Okay, pretty reasonable start here. Dream Dimension is significantly less reasonable. We will, however, Electro, and we're going to hope this gets killed by the Danger Room, because that would be lovely. That's a tie. I mean, my opponent beats me left still, right? They still just play whatever they need to play left, and we're okay. I don't think we win that on Breakers. Maybe we win it on Breakers, but... Yeah, I guess maybe we win that on Breakers. Yeah, okay. Might have missed that. That's fair enough. We will aggro Leech here. I guess I got too focused on not being able to get a Doombot into Luke's bar that I missed out on all the goodies. Opponent plays a Wong and then has their hand eaten by Leech. It's pretty gnarly. So we are going to just run out the wave here. Man, Leech has been so good. People just absolutely not ready to get leeched at the moment. I've been very impressed. Hopefully we can keep that up. Death's Domain, that's going to be pretty good for this Electro in a second, where it can go horribly and die, because we do not want the ongoing effect anyway. How about it, folks? If you're joining me tonight, do me one massive favour if you haven't done so already, please. Just make sure you like the stream for me. Just press the like button. the thumb down there you see below somewhere. It does a huge favour in pushing this video out to more people, pleasing the algorithm, all that wonderful jazz, so it's very much appreciated if you want to do that. If you want to make sure that you're not missing out on Snapzone content, including tomorrow's article about infinite decks this week, and the tier list on Tuesday, make sure you're subscribed over here on YouTube if you haven't done so already. And last but not least, if you do want to support us in other ways, you can do. Please consider becoming a member if you fancy taking a look at that. Opponent on the Electro Mirror match, so we're going to be swinging big haymakers back and forth. Unfortunately, Death's Domain is the one that stays. Back to the Building is eradicated. We are going to vomit this Black Bolt onto the table. I feel like Leech would be very, very good here, but sadly no Leech in hand for us. Opponent's Jubilee goes in the bin. Not sure why they didn't play that, to be honest. Dr. Doom is going to be the name of the game here, probably followed by Odin or Leader. Opponent played the Infinite, sure, that makes sense. What am I being snapped for here? So if I play Odin, I beat Leader. That's fine. They got like a Taskmaster here? Because we don't beat Taskmaster. We can beat Taskmaster by playing Magneto mid. Zola? Zola makes sense too. So any way we can get through a Zola. I don't think we get through Zola. I should have retreated, by the way. I absolutely should have retreated. Yeah. Cool, cool, cool. Don't know why on earth I didn't just retreat there. I guess I panicked because the timer was running out, but yes, 100% retreat. We don't beat Zola. And it has to be Zola or they don't snap, I think. I think if you think there's ever a chance there's no Zola, you could probably still play that game. But I don't think there's ever a chance it isn't Zola. So you probably just have to get out of dodge. That was kind of bad. Yeah, Leech definitely feels like a pretty sick inclusion for these Surfer decks. I'm excited to see whether or not it remains to be as good as it has been so far. Sunspot Wasp into Miri Isle is pretty good. Alright, it's okay. That one's on me. I think it's pretty obvious what the opponent's going to do, and we should leave. I just panicked, for lack of a better phrase. So we will Electro here. Opponent will Ironheart. So we have what looks to be some Lockjaw Wong reveal on the other side of the table. I'm hoping this Leech just spells the end for my opponent, because it's always very, very funny that this keeps happening. So, would you like to not have any effects in your hand anymore? You try Infinite over Death here. I think Infinite would make more sense if we were playing Jubilee. But I could definitely see it. But again, this is a list that made it to Infinite already this season, so I feel like I want to play it as it is for a handful of games before I start thinking about changes. Having already leeched you, I think for the most part we are probably just going to be playing Doom, and I think we're fine to hide that information for now. Opponent plays Black Panther mid, sure. So, what do we do here? If we... Black Bolt... Black Bolt is worth more here than anything else. Yeah, there's definitely a few ways to play ramp. I guess the thing is, like, the bot makes 10 here already. I think I'm doing this and hoping the Doombot wins mid. It does not. That had no effect. So we are fine here, right? Because our Doombot wins Miri Isle. Nice. We do beat Dr. Doom mid quite happily. Sweet. Successfully managed to beat everything there by playing back bolt left. Very cool. Crimson Cosmos, not exactly what we're looking for. Could you sub Leader and Magneto? I'm going to be honest with you, Peter. I don't know. This, as I say, this is a list that we're featuring in a Decks That Made Infinite article tomorrow, which has some more information about it, who played it, their thoughts, that kind of stuff. I am like 5 games deep with it, so I don't think I'm particularly qualified to tell you what's replaceable and what isn't. I would say Leader at the moment feels pretty needed, and obviously Magneto is just like the biggest 6 that you can play in terms of stats. So I'd be shocked if that was like okay, but I just don't know, I'm afraid. Okay, we can wave. We can wave. Wave is good. Opponent storms the Shuri's lab. Okay. So we were going to have a 24 power death going into Shuri's lab, but alas, we do not. We've won several games with this deck, yeah. I have not been watching the World Cup today, but I have heard about Brazil's situation. I think this is the best thing we can do here with the intention of dooming to put more power in here. Opponent plays a Serra, sure. So, with this being a Serra, I kind of want a Leech, and then Dr. Doom.
No. We're a chemical mixture that makes chaos. We're a time bomb.
Or Leech and then Leader, depending on what our opponent does. Best Kazoo deck variant in the site, in your opinion, to travel through Pool 2? Thomas, I think we have a budget version of Kazoo on the tier list currently before the update that's a Pool 2 version of that deck. If I'm not mistaken, that's still there. I would probably recommend that one. Otherwise, I would probably have to take a look and see what's what before I made any calls there. So, Leader wins this, I think. Fairly sure Leader wins this. Yep, opponent agrees. They are out of here. Very nice. This deck's felt very, very reasonable so far, which is exciting. I haven't played much ramp in Marvel Snap. It's not an archetype I've played very much at all, so... New York. Not a particularly great location for us, but we do have a nice early Electro and a Wave to help us mitigate our way up to 5. Dream Dimension is not ideal. We do get an early Leech down here, so let's do that. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, Peter, I think sometimes you're going to want them to leave, and sometimes you really aren't. Okay, maybe we don't leech if our opponent's on Patriot. So we could still get the Onslaught, the Blue Marvel, the Khazar, the Mystique. There are still a number of pretty good things we can hit here. Alright, I talked myself into it. I'm still leeching. What's my favourite location? I feel wrong not saying Vibranium Mines because it's named after me. So they did have the Mystique now, so that is a little unfortunate. So I kind of just want to fire this Black Bolt. Shred cards from my opponent. Because this time around, leeching the cheap stuff doesn't stop it from being good. So I think I'm just firing the Black Bolt. Eats a shocker, sure. Opponent with the Khazar with no ability. Okay. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work. That's bad. That's bad. That means it gets buffed anyway. That's bad. That's very bad. That's bad. Okay, that didn't work how we expected it to. Do we ever win this game through this? I mean, if we got the Ultron, getting the Ultron's pretty good, but I feel like that didn't work how we wanted it to. No, I didn't think about that either. It does make sense that it does that, but I think I'm staying in for these cubes. We got the Ultron, though. Okay. You can buff your Khazar all you want. No robots for you. Leech has been an MVP. It has genuinely been very, very good in this deck. You love to see it. That's great. Maybe they forgot. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Arrow over Black Bolt here. I think this deck has very much been built by the original builder to deliberately try and target the Surfer decks that are kind of obviously very popular right now. And Black Bolt is very good against the Surfer decks, whereas Arrow is not very good against the Surfer decks for the most part. So we save this Psylocke to do the jump from 3 to 5. That one was cool. That one was very cool. Sunspot gets some juice. Hell's Kitchen will not be drawing us any 1-drops. We find a Magneto. Okay, so let's go. I guess we can just shove this in Clin. And then we look to Leech on 4 again. Hey, Spider, how are you, friend? Would Wong make sense to drop Black Bolt into? I just don't think you ever get the chance to play Wong if your game plan is going to plan. This deck really wants to be ramping from 3 into 5. Like, all the time. Speaking of which, I would like to shred my opponent's hand. And I think playing this into Clin is correct because I can still draw Doctor Doom. Maybe not. Maybe I wasn't expecting a Maximus. Honestly, it's been so cool to see Leech being good. Okay, we actually did draw the Doom, which is very cool. So, Black Panther or Black Bolt. I think we're going to Black Bolt. Unless we intend on Oding him, which we don't really. So I'm pretty sure we Black Bolt here. White Queen was drawn for turn, so the opponent has one of our many, many 6s. The problem is I don't know which one. That is not good enough in the face of this White Queen, right? We don't get to... okay, apparently opponent didn't steal something worthwhile. I don't think we were winning that necessarily. Shop's trolling you. Had Jane Foster this morning, Taskmaster at lunch. Hopefully you find something you're looking for sooner rather than later, my friend. Fingers crossed for you. We can only hope. I definitely haven't seen any more Thanos. I snap bought it when it turned up. Wanted to make content with it, and unfortunately the card is not particularly good at the moment. We find the Electro. Okay. So, no point playing the Psylocke then, in which case we just rather get 2 points of stats into our Sunspot. The Space Throne, that should be a pretty good location for us, I think. Down comes Electro. So this is going to be likely Black Panther into Magneto into Odin, I think. Coach, I've not seen very much of that deck at all, unfortunately. For the most part, it requires 2 brand new cards, because it kind of wants Absorbing Man as well. Ooh, Storm here is annoyingly good. So I think a lot of people just don't have the cards. Blobfish, glad you're enjoying it, friend. Good stuff. What do I think's holding Thanos back? I think, honestly, at the moment, the problem is largely that you need a lot of space to make it all work. Too many locations don't want you to have space. I think I might just Magneto here anyway, to be honest. Pull the Lockjaw over was the plan, but opponent played 2 flooding with Thor, so this might not be good enough unless we draw Dr. Doom-esque. But no Lockjaw shenanigans for them. Indeed, coach, indeed. One day. I think the deck is very cool. I just think, for unfortunately, a lot of people just don't have the cards to try it out. Sadly, having 8 resources on the last turn here doesn't do anything for us, which is a shame. So we... What do we do here? Odin mid does not seem particularly good. I guess leader mid beats 1 card. It doesn't beat 2. And that might be the best thing we can do here, I think. And for a cube, I'll stay in and spin the wheel. So let's see. Okay, we beat this, I think. Maybe not. Oh, no, we're all good. We just don't care about winning flooded now. That's fine. Yeah, easy. Easy game. Leadering our opponent's Juggernaut and Silver Surfer. Very nice. You feel like with Thanos, you either commit to the stones as a zoo style or you kill them all? Yeah, exactly. My point being, unfortunately, in both of those cases, it feels like a worse version of 2 existing decks because you're kind of like relying on Thanos' bodies when you could just be playing other bodies that you actually want to play and put in the deck. Like, I'd rather destroy the Hood, I'd rather destroy Bucky Barnes, I would rather buff up my Ant-Man, you know, this kind of stuff, as opposed to the stones for the most part. This deck has been uber cool so far. Machine World. Sure. Well, if my opponent has an Electro, I don't really care. Going for that sweet, sweet turn 4 leader once again, folks. Opponent with the Lockjaw. Lockjaw is, unfortunately, a pretty good answer to Leech. Think we are still going to be doing this, though. I think it's a bit too good on turn 4 off of this Electro. So we'll snap and then try and erase our opponent's hand of effects. So they play something into the Dark Dimension. We wipe away everything else. So we will now likely just Black Panther. Black Bolt's worth the same, right? We're not going to Odin the Black Panther here. I guess we might. There's a chance that we do. So let's Black Panther. Opponent will start spinning their Lockjaw. Oh, Gambit is a dodgy one. How does this still have an effect? Okay, so my opponent lost their Apocalypse, but they actually just killed the Electro, so that's fine. Unfortunately, they drew Gambit for turn, which means it still had an effect. Colleen Wing does not. Back into the deck it goes. Pulls up Black Cat. Okay. We drew Doctor Doom. I feel like... What do we play here? We have so many options. Yeah, Coach, it's an interesting choice. I think it mostly is just for stats. It is going to be 8 or 16 stats alongside Odin if you need it to be. And this is very much a ramp deck built around big old stat sticks. So, makes some amount of sense, I suppose. If we Doom... Doom leaves us open to losing mid pretty heavily, I think. Think I'm playing this leader. Think that's what I'm doing. Opponent just plays my Electro with no ability. Sure, spins it away. Do we get the Electro? Or the thing, I think we get the Electro, don't we? That could be kind of bad.
Last time I trusted someone, I lost an eye.
We don't get anything?
Okay.
Okay, I had no idea that's how that worked. Brand new subs coming in. Thank you very much, folks. I appreciate that. Happy to have you here. I literally had no idea that if they lockjawed it away, you wouldn't get anything, or I don't think I ever make that play. Now I know that. I had no idea that's how that worked. I was pretty happy if we got any kind of body, because like literally any body is fine there, right? It just gets buffed by the location. It's an interesting little interaction. We learned something today. Yeah, apparently I don't get the Electro if it's not in play anymore. It makes sense, yeah. I'm not like kicking up a fuss about it. It definitely makes sense. I just didn't know that's how that worked, and now I do. Definitely makes sense. I just didn't know. Well, jams down a collector into the miniaturized lab. We're going to be mostly okay with that, I think. We run out our Electro. Let's try and set ourselves up for a turn 4 Leech again. You should, really? I mean, mystical being, I am also a human being. I do not work for Second Dinner. I do not work on snaps, so I don't know everything exactly. If you meant, like, that I should get it, then, yeah, I mean, maybe. Apologies if I took that the wrong way, but it came across like I should know that, and I was like, I don't think I should know that. It is good to know. That's definitely good information that I didn't have previously. These lockjaws are becoming a little bit of a problem, however. Also, Washington, D.C., a bit of a problem for this Leech as well. I guess thankfully lockjaw fixes that problem. Opponent with the Dracula, unfortunately coming down before the Leech. But it means their Apocalypse isn't safe, which is definitely worth something. So we are just gonna... There has been so many just retreats to Leech. This is crazy. Yeah, I misunderstood you, Mystical. I'm sorry. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, I believe it does play leeched cards, but don't quote me on that. I have not played very much Leech. Well, I am not playing this Bast for obvious reasons. This would possibly be the world's worst Bast. And so we're not going to do that. Opponent also got a yellow jacket. Value. At what level may you complete Series 3? Pablo, I didn't complete Series 3 until collection level 2900. But of course, the store didn't exist when I was doing that, so I imagine you'll complete it slightly faster than that. But to give you the only guideline I have, I finished Series 3 at CL 2900. Thankfully, that Iceman hit the Bast, which we do not care about. Wave is a good hit. We will happily play that. And then start slamming some fatties. Let's go. Folks, for one final time tonight, if you'd like to do me one massive favour that will cost you nothing at all, please consider liking the stream. It helps please the algorithm. It lets us know that we're doing a good job. Helps us reach more people, all that wonderful stuff. Just all you got to do, press that thumb. Just press the thumb for me. That's all you got to do. It's very much appreciated. Alternatively, if you want to make sure you're around for future streams, do make sure you subscribe to the channel for me. Thank you very much. Alrighty, fatty o'clock. We have many Doctor Dooms, apparently. What do we want to do here? Probably just Doctor Doom, honestly. This does admittedly turn off the Superflow, which we might not want to do. None of these are 5s, though, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, we absolutely cannot turn off the Superflow, so I have to just Magneto. Hot take, they should do 3 random cards in your token shop every 8 hours and remove the pin feature. I think I prefer being able to pin stuff, to be honest, just because of how expensive it can be to earn tokens sometimes. I think I would rather be able to pin stuff still. Okay, I think we're now going to be good. Basically all of the time. Spider, thank you very much. I appreciate you. It means a lot. Ooh. Okay, that's not ideal, but we're probably still completely fine, because Odin challenges mid here if we want it to. Alternatively, we just play leader and we should be a-okay. Thumbs down for disagreeing with me. Dislike video, Mr. Streamer. I actually didn't do that, the bot did, for the capitals, but yes, downvote, Mr. Streamer, we disagree. Hi Ed, yeah, it's a question we're getting quite a lot, but to answer your question, Tuesday. We obviously just didn't want to release something when we didn't know what the hell was going on. Now we have a slightly better idea of what's going on. We intend on having a tier list out with you on Tuesday. Opponent gets out of dodge. I know you're all very excited, all looking forward to it. I promise we'll have something with you as soon as we can. What would be a replacement for Black Bolt in a deck like this? So this is definitely not my list, unfortunately. It comes from an article that we're publishing tomorrow. So again, a bit of a teaser for a list that's coming up in tomorrow's video and article. So I can't be 100% sure, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure it's here to target the Surfer decks, to be honest, as a way of interacting and discarding in that capacity. So I would be looking for an effect that is good against Silver Surfer. I'm not entirely sure what that is supposed to be, but that's probably what I would be looking for. Sorry that I can't be immediately of more help. This gives us a turn 3 Leech. Do you like turn 3 Leeches, chat? Opponent's going to snap back. I'm looking forward to getting my life completely ruined, or ruining theirs entirely, with there being nothing in the middle. Did I see the Video Game Awards? I did see parts of it. I didn't see all of it. It was quite late for me. but I did see some of it. We actually end up with 6 energy, which is a bit of a spoil sport, really. But this is still a turn 3 Leech, and I'm always doing it, and you can't stop me. I'm really glad that I didn't play that mid. I'm very, very glad that I didn't play that mid. Turn 3 Leech, the new tech, folks. 100%. We will wave into a 6, into another 6. Opponent's Warpath has no text. I mean, yeah, if Leech was a 3-cost card, it would be absolutely crackers. Absolutely, positively crackers. They're sticking around. They even snapped back. I tell you what, of all the cards that have looked super impressive in this deck, Leech has been doing work. Opponent will Spectrum. Spectrum actually has an ability, unfortunately for us.
Last time I
Brand new
someone,
subscriber coming in. Thank you very much, Toby. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Think we are just Odining the Doom.
Last time I trusted someone, I lost.
Another brand new sub coming in. Thank you, Mr. Patriot. Appreciate you as well. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. I look forward to seeing how the new cards actually challenge the metagame. It's going to be very, very interesting to keep the tier list up to date and accurate in any way as new cards release like every week. It's going to be an interesting one to see whether we can do it. OP is in the tank. Is this Odin good? Mr. Fantastic into Colossus. No good. All 3 locations. 8 cubes. I think I'd much rather just make bodies, Nicholas. I don't think I want to Magneto there. Very nice. Very, very nice. Three cost Leech. What a generous cube giver. That one's pretty sweet. Da trifecta. Yeah, got them all. Alright, Sunspot going into Murray Isle. Getting some gasoline. What card could be put in place of this deck instead of Black Panther? Again, didn't build this one. Can't confirm if I'm 100% accurate. But from what I understand, Black Panther is just here for stats. So I would just look to play another 5-cost card that offers you a good body. Leech is a very powerful effect. The problem is it's normally too expensive. This deck is obviously built to get to it early. Yeah, for sure. It's not as powerful necessarily as it could be on early turns, but it just means that if they're holding any of their combo pieces early, especially the deaths, the waves, the Serras, this kind of stuff being in hand already, it goes a very, very long way. So we do unfortunately lose leader there, which is quite a big loss. We are just going to wave and start slamming fat idiots into the Nexus, hopefully. Yeah, you can definitely still leech cards that are bad for you. You've got to keep that one in mind. It isn't just free real estate. I think I actually just want to play the death into the Nexus here, to be honest. Start slapping stats. Cosmo, I guess it's the same, right? But I don't get Odin's body. That's the thing, right? If I go Magneto, I get 12 on the left. Instead, I get 8 on the left. So yeah, I guess that works. Yeah, I guess that is better. Technically speaking, you get a bigger body instead of the Odin with the same amount of Doom bots. So I can definitely see that. Dim Bars, thank you for the brand new sub, friend. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Glad you are enjoying the show tonight. Black Bolt, rip a card from my opponent's hand. Psylocke lost into the abyss. We got leeched! This is a mirror match! Well, I'm just playing this fat-ass Magneto in the Nexus and hoping that's good enough. We got leeched. Opponent was Zola the Doom. Okay. All good. All Gucci. More people playing Leech out there, folks. It's not just me. The steady climb continues. This deck has been sweet. I can see us playing more of this one on Monday. Because this one's been sweet. How the turns table. Something like that. Alright, into Asgard we go with the Sunspot. See if we can draw some cards while we're here. Wakanda forever. No turn 2 play, unsurprisingly. We don't really have too many of those. In fact, we basically have none, because you never want to play Psylocke on 2 in this deck anyway. We do get to slam the Electro, which we are fine to do. Start jamming 5s. Opponent fills up with the Brood. Okay, so 9 will be another 9. So this is probably 18 we have to beat over here. I am going to try... Okay, so I can try and deprive them of cards with Black Bolt. Or we could do the turn 4 Leech play, assuming their hand already has the Surfer that they want to save. I think because if we Leech... If we Leech, they still get to draw cards. So I think I'm going to Black Bolt. Any new good pool 3 lists? We have a brand new tier list coming on Tuesday is the answer to that, Rez. If I'm being honest. So hopefully you'll have all the brand new lists you need as of Tuesday. I mean, we had a bit of a unique scenario with that particular Psylocke, did we not? It doesn't normally gain you 2 energy. Alright, so we just Doom into Odin, or we just Leader into Odin? I don't think we ever want to do too much of that. I think what we actually want to do is Magneto into Necrosha. Yeah, we peeled the Surfer, which is exactly what we're looking to do. This deck has been so sweet. What can you replace Doom with? I think Doom's a pretty big loss, unfortunately. I think you're going to struggle to play the deck without it, but for the most part, you are just looking for good big on reveals if you don't have it, and you are desperate to play this deck. Yeah, Brazil lost, Argentina won. That is a factually accurate statement. Somewhat surprising one, actually. Nowhere. Well, we're not playing very much into Nowhere, then, I imagine. We would like to find one of our ramp cards here. Psylocke, Electro, Wave, any of the above, as our hand is all chonkers right now. That counts. So it needs to go over here. Magneto. We do love us some Magneto. Opponent's throwing some rocks around. That's fine by me. We don't need that much board space. Black Bolt going to come down and try and hopefully rip something relevant out of my opponent's hand here. You know what, chat? I'm having a good time. I'm going to stick around a little longer today. Having a good time. Playing a sweet deck. Ooh. My death now costs 5. That seems reasonable. happy to hang out with you, Pete. It won't be like so much longer. I got to record a few videos after the stream tonight. So it won't be like a super long one. But I'm having a good time, so we go on chill. Sunspot gone, unfortunately, as are all these rocks. I wish I'd held on to the death now. But that's fine. So if we lead her in the Dark Dimension, I don't think we can lose. Think we're good. Opponent snaps back. Alright, let's see if I'm wrong. Am I horribly incorrect about this one? Finally, the leader problem goes my way. What a stupid card. Thank you for the cubes, however. 74 we are. We started pretty badly today, but the climb with this deck has been pretty steady so far. Exciting stuff. I'm looking forward to talking about this one in the video tomorrow now. It's gonna be cool. Leader screwed us so many times with leader versus leader earlier on. It's nice for it to finally break our way. Okay, looking for a ramp card. Looking for an Electro, a Psylocke, or a Wave. Hand is full of fatties. Well, we got the Wave already, so Electro or Psylocke. No dice, we'll have to rely on Wave to do it this time. This is going to be probably turn 4 Leech, depending on what our opponent plays here. A huge brain. Storm. Okay, Storm on Grand Central means we might play something that isn't Leech here. We just slam Death in here. That's probably pretty good. Just try and get 14 power in. Whoa! Not good enough. Gonna need to draw the Doctor Doom. Gonna need to draw the Doctor Doom. We do draw the Doctor Doom. Alright. Well, now, it's just about stats. This is going to be bigger this time, because it is going to double itself up to 12. Opponent snapped. I think we're good here, so I'm going to stick around, but I'm not snapping back just yet. Okay, so they might have Zola. Can we beat Zola? We could try and lead our own Zola. Would be a 50-50 to hit it. With them snapping, I think they have to have Zola, and for 2 cubes, I might take the 50-50. For 2 cubes, spin the wheel. Show me the Zola. I want to take my 50-50. It's the content play, right? It's definitely the content play. So let's see if it's Zola. And let's see if we can win a coin flip. Waiting on our opponent here. It's not me. They play 2 cards, so no Zola. Which means we're good, right? Four more cubes in the bank. No Zola. Leader doing the job. Very, very nice. Miri Isle is the perfect home for an early Sunspot. Subterranea is a terrible location for us. We don't like rocks. Rocks is bad. Nova for the opponent. Sure, sure, sure. Good chance this Sunspot eats a Killmonger eventually then. Superflow. More rocks. Thank you very much. Well, we're about to have all the energy in the world. But unfortunately, most of what we have otherwise is rocks. Partner with the Bucky Barnes into Miri Isle, sure. I can smell the Killmonger. Okay, that is thankfully not a rock. We don't Magneto yet, I don't think. Because we're not pulling anything in any relevant manner. I think I'm just going to Black Bolt. Pretty happy to jam this. Probably just into Miri Isle, to be honest. Let's vomit Black Bolt. Eat the opposing demon. That's a really good hit because the opponent played a rock. Yeah, Subterranea is not exactly one of my favourite locations either. It is pretty unpleasant to play into the majority of the time. Eating the demon from the hood there is very, very good. Wave is not exactly what we were looking for. At this point, are we just Magnetoing? I feel like we probably... Okay, opponent wants to be out. Like, I think what we're probably supposed to do there is, like, Psylocke Wave. We're stuck on the one card anyway, no reason our opponent shouldn't be too, and Magneto should hopefully beat the one card situation. So Wave is the play there, because we could obviously only play the Wave, not the Psylocke. The Triskelion fills our hand with random shite. Never really a thing we're interested in. But we do have 2 copies of Mojo. I will play the first one of which right now. Winning those games is pretty good, Josh, for sure. Armor into the danger room is fine by me. We actually got a randomly generated Zola to go with our Black Panther, which is quite funny. Opponent dramatically points at me. Hello. Hopefully you're doing well. More Mojo, please. Opponent will cable a card out of our deck. That's probably a pretty good one. Leader. Alright, well, I'm just going to keep filling this up with crap and then look to go Black Panther into Zola. That is going to be the plan here. Thank you once again for hanging out, folks. Hopefully you've been enjoying the stream tonight. It's been a decent vibe, good time all round, I think. Appreciate all you lovely folks hanging out. This deck has been uber sweet, and I'm looking forward to doing a video about it tomorrow. I am excited. So, Panther. Playing with the Agent 13 and the Moon Girl. Okay, so we might not be in the clear here. Could be a big Devil Dino coming to ruin our day, but we are definitely going for it. I probably shouldn't have snapped, actually. Because Dino mid kind of ruins our dreams. Do we ever do a non-Zola play to play around that? Yeah, I think we just lead her, right? If we just lead her, we're A-okay. Zola's pretty cool, but there's no reason to get tunnel visioned here. Let's just lead her. And we should be fine. Okay, there's just a Iron Man mid, which doesn't do anything. Okay. We accept. Yeah, no reason to get tunnel visioned on the Zola there. Like, we have that one. If we just play our leader. Leader is pretty cringe card at the minute, I think, yeah. But there's no way a deck like this can't play it if you've got it, I think. It's pretty good. So we find the Electro, the Wave, and the Psylocke. Danny, plenty of good decks containing Death and Wave. Mostly the Death Wave archetype. Bayro, the She-Hulk versions of the deck. Plenty of things you can go take a look at on Marvel Snap Zone. I think you're right, CJ. No worries, Nicholas. Take care of yourself, my friend. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your day. Not leaving without a like. I appreciate you. Thank you. Ricardo, there is many move deck lists over on MarvelSnapZone.com if you want to go take a peek. I don't have one to hand right now in the middle of this game, but we do have a good chunk of them. What do we want to do here? We probably just want to Panther into Baxter building. Yeah, opponent chose to try and beat the Zola, went with the Iron Man, and did not beat the Zola because it wasn't there. Well, it was there, but we didn't play it. So, good read. Mind games for the win, exactly. Exactly. So we'll just go with the Doc Doom here. Opponent snaps. I think we're in pretty good shape. I don't think I'm going anywhere. Finally got Sarah today, and yeah, the deck is bananas for sure, Hyperion. We played a little bit of the negative Surfer deck earlier, actually, and it was pretty sweet. Leader is your worst enemy, but beyond that, we're all good. So no leader this time. Do we just Odin? I think we just Odin. Send some more Doombots out. Have Venom pinned right now? Venom's a sweet one. Venom is definitely a sweet one. We lose the tiebreaker by 1! Ah! Was there a better way of doing that? If we Doom Center... Yeah, I guess so. I guess if we Doom Center, we're in better shape there, right? Oh, we can't Doom Center. There's a Cosmo. We actually get ruined by the Cosmo, right? No, we reveal first, so we're fine. No, we don't reveal first, because we don't have the Doom on the left. On the right, even. So I think we reveal second and lose to the Cosmo that way. Because we don't have priority. Do we have priority if I do middle? I need to go watch the tape. I don't know if we have priority or not. Yeah, but that means he still beats the Odin if my opponent flips first, which I think we're flipping first because of the Doom. I think there's a good chance you guys are right and that I can just Doom mid. But I'm not 100%. I'd have to go check the tape. Hey, Dimitri. I'm doing well, thank you. This deck's been very, very sweet. Having a good time with it. Making a few small mistakes while we're chilling with the stream, but it's been a lot of fun. Not playing the Psylocke on 2. There is nothing to gain from us doing so, as we do not have any 4s to ramp into. I guess maybe I do have priority. Okay, if I had priority, I definitely punted that one. 100%. We will wave. No worries, Ricardo. Well, if I can help, you're welcome to ask questions. Do I think ongoing needs a nerf? I don't think so. There's not all too much I think needs a nerf right now. So, do we just slam a fatty into Clin? Probably. We are just going to slam this Black Bolt in here, I think. Rip a card out of our opponent's hand. Opponent will Magneto pulls the wave. That's pretty good. That is my Magneto as well, I think. I think they stole it with Cable. We eat their Moon Girl. Value. We take that. We now go Panther mid. Dino. Dino's a bit tricky. We find the Odin, so this should just be Leader Odin, probably? Maybe we just Doom Odin? Doom Odin is the most amount of stats I can provide, I think. Opponent will Zola the Dino. How do I feel about Mr. Negative balance-wise? Yeah, I think it's a big one, actually, Peter. It's a question we get quite a lot. In that every time you nerf a card, you accidentally buff Mr. Negative because of the power changes, right? It's definitely not a thing I'm a massive fan of, to be honest. Okay, so the only way we win this game is off the back of the Odin, right? We need opponent to not have the same amount of cards in hand at the end of the turn. I agree it's a difficult problem to solve, unfortunately. For a cube, I'll risk this. White Queen unfortunately replaces itself. Hopefully the last card does not. It does. For a cube, I don't mind risking that. That's fine. I think we win a lot of games where our opponent doesn't have two cards to replace themselves, so that is going to be A-OK in my books. Hey Bora, good to see you, friend. Hopefully all is doing well. I don't think we need to surrender there, Dom. I think for the sake of a cube, you're going to win an awful lot of games where your opponent doesn't have a card that replaces itself with the Dino in play. I think you're pretty happy to lose the extra cube there if they have two cards, one card that replaces itself, and win an extra cube if they don't. You think it needs some sort of rework? I think you lose a lot of the spirit of Mr. Negative if you do that, is the problem. It does create a very interesting dilemma. Well, that's pretty good. Death gets ripped out of our hand by Sakaar into play here. I don't think we snap just yet, but that is a pretty good start. Opponent with the Dominoes. This is one of the many, many Surfer decks that are out there right now by the looks of it. Daily Bugle is going to give us a Juggernaut. Sure. Well, we would like to wave. Do we want to wave or do we Psylocke into Leech instead? That might be better. Because then our opponent can't play a 5 or 6 cost card like we can. I wonder how much you have to lower Negative's attack before he becomes unplayable. Like, genuinely interesting question. I don't know how low he has to go before you actually just straight up can't play the card. No worries, Tom. Take care of yourself. I will do. Take care of yourself. Have a good one. See you soon. Opponent Maximus assist, which is actually pretty whatever. We don't have an awful lot to do with the old Maximus. I think we just try and win mid here. Opponent will jug with no effect, which is fine. And now we should be able to lead a left and be guaranteed. Because Molnir is only a +6, if I'm remembering correctly. The gap is 8. I think we're good. I actually love Mr. Negative. I think the deck is fantastic. It's really fun. It's very enjoyable. The problem is, of course, that, again, every time you nerf a card with, like, stat changes, it's very, very hard to, like, have a complete set of balance. Gambit. Gambit did not screw us. Gambit did not screw us. We're all good. Silver Surfer, yeah. Yeah, I feel like the thing for me is, like, I would like to see more cards getting rebalanced. By... Did we lose that? I would love to be able to check, because I didn't think we got screwed there. I'll check the tracker later. Whoops-a-daisy. I thought we won that one. Like, I kind of love the deck, but I think it's very much a case of, like, well, you got to stop rebalancing things with stat changes if you intend on doing that. If we lost right on the end there, that's fine. I missed it. Again, streaming, chatting, all this kind of... It takes brain cells. Let's just rip a Black Bolt at our opponent here, I think. You ever seen a Black Bolt discard an Odin? I don't think I've ever seen that. The Silver Surfer buffs. Fair enough, fair enough. Clin mid, sure. Well, pretty happy to take the pass here. Opponent just fills up with Iceman, ices the Psylocke. Sure. That actually changes nothing. So that's okay. So we know we have to beat, what, just 12 on the right here? Seems very doable. Significantly more than 12, apparently, because that is how Stark Tower works. So, Psylocke goodness. No play from our opponent. Okay, we'd like to Panther. Leonardo, I've answered this question like 40 times tonight, unfortunately. We were obviously doing our homework, making sure we knew our stuff, like checking out new cards. We fully intend on a brand new tier list update to be with you on Tuesday. It should be here this week. Black Bolt is an interesting one, I agree. It's been very, very cool to see it kind of play out. Okay, so the plan here is going to be load into Stark Tower. Opponent with the Mr. Fantastic, sure.
All systems go.
And then we can hopefully Magneto our way through this. I did watch the music video. Yeah, I think it's actually very, very good. Very, very enjoyable. Well put together. Great aesthetical design. Big fan of a lot of the stuff you saw there. Alright, 1 cube away from 75 to be the end of the night, which would be a nice place to stop. So let's see if we can get ourselves up and into 75 with this sweet-ass ramp deck that's actually been very, very fun and very consistent. The Space Throne is a good location for our deck. Why, it's a tough one, right? Because I want people to interact and come in and ask. Like, it's possible I should just command a few more things. Like, I like responding to chat. The whole point of doing these kind of streams is not for, like, high-end, top-tier gameplay or whatever. Like, I'm here to bounce off of the Marvel Snap Zone community, answer your questions, you know, give you feedback, that kind of stuff. And if I just turn around and be like, oh, you have a question? Command. It feels a bit impersonal, and I'm trying to avoid that, but I don't know if I should avoid some of that and not all of that. It's a bit of a toughie. I am following the World Cup, Y2Mac, and only kind of like passively. People have made me aware of the Brazil result today while we've been live, but I'm not like a super fan. But I am following. So. It's a weird one. I think I want to automate some of it, but not all of it. It's a bit of a learning curve, I think, as we go. Danger Room would have been nice a minute ago for this Electro, but alas, no dice. Do we just stick 8 power in the Space Throne? At the moment, I think we do. We can always move it back out into New York later if we want to. When's the 24-hour stream? I would have to be getting paid a fair bit more than this to do that. Maybe for charity sometime. We might be able to pull off a 24-hour Snap stream to do some fundraising or something in the future. That would be cool. Maybe just have more commands, but have specific times between games where you can answer more. That's an interesting thought process. I don't really ever want to stop playing. I feel like it creates a very awkward dynamic between, like, you know, people watching for the game. But maybe that's something we can make work. So if we leader... We can look to leader here and then, like, move this out to Doom if we want to. I think it's a super interesting balance, and it's not what I'm used to, like, having been a Twitch streamer myself and not so much, like, on behalf of a company before. Like, beforehand, I'd just be focusing more on the gameplay. It's been less about that. That leader didn't pan out very well. That leader didn't pan out very well at all. Yeah, I agree that we are beat here. I would like to leave and try again for 75. Ricardo, if you're just joining the game and you want a brand chunk of Pool 1 decks, we have a whole article over on the website at marvelsnapzone.com that is dedicated to just Pool 1 decks and all the things we recommend you play in Pool 1. I also have a video over here on the YouTube channel, which is also the best Pool 1 decks to play, if you want those as well. So feel free to go and check that one out. But those would be our recommendations. Sunspot, nice and early, is very much one of the best things this deck can do. Avengers Compound is fine. Again, no Psylocke on 2, very little point. We would like to draw a 5 here, though, otherwise this Psylocke on 3 isn't looking particularly good either. Okay, wave works. We'll just play out the wave. Yeah, I think they wanted to give themselves the flexibility to move it, for sure. Do I have a 1 deck for every Series 4-5 card video in the works? Do we? Gambit here is quite annoying, especially on the Apocalypse. It hits the Sunspot too, which kind of sucks. I don't think that video is currently in the works at the moment. I think we have to get more of the cards first, because a lot of us are still missing like several Series 4 and Series 5 cards, but I would imagine that's the kind of video we will almost certainly do, just because it sounds like the kind of video that we would almost certainly do. How many of us work on the Snapzone site? Do you mean behind the scenes, or do you mean like including the content creators and everything else, or just like everyone? Because those are pretty different numbers. Oh, drawing no 5 here really kind of blows. I guess we are always playing 1 card on turn 6 anyway. May as well just get the body. Not great. The New York kind of throws a spanner in the wrench here as well. Doesn't make leader just like completely clean up the game. The lot? Okay, so there is... Okay, opponent snapping means I'm probably getting out of here, and we're trying to take this again. I do not think we're winning this game in the face of a snap. So to give you an idea of total, between the tracker, the content creators, the back end, like, it's probably about 10, 11 people, maybe. Not a very large team at all. Maybe closer to 15 if I'm forgetting some content creators, which I might be. They do indeed retreat on Leech quite a lot. Leech has been very, very good for us today. Black Bolt to try for Killmonger. Interesting. I don't think that ever really gets us there. Because we can only play the one card off of Electro. TVA is not a good location for this deck. However, we do get to ramp out a Doctor Doom, right? No, we miss it by 1. We don't get there. Okay, I guess I have to hope Electro Black Bolt is good enough? Or Electro Black Panther is good enough? Good lord. Okay, we're not winning mid. I was hoping we got to Doc Doom quickly enough off the ramp, but we do not. Does 12 in the right win it? That's the question. It does. Very cool. TVA games are sometimes quite anticlimactic, but thankfully, we managed to get a big thing into play on turn 4. Which is very nice. Alright, we get to play the final game for 75 once again. Yeah, we're not a big team. Honestly, most of that is content creators. If you talk about the team that is like on the back end of the site, editorial and the tracker, it's maybe like 5 people. We are a very small team doing our best to make it work. The owner does a lot of work on the back end. The owner does an awful lot of work on the back end. These days I'm mostly working on video content and stuff, so I'm mostly over here. It's a great arrangement, but people work very, very hard. The team behind Snapzone, everybody, the lead developer on the tracker, everyone, they do a fantastic job. And like, we have incredible creators. Obviously, KM Best likes to edit and write. We have access to Den CCG, who does incredible work on the tier list. You know, writes incredible content there. It's a real tight-knit bunch, and everyone works really, really hard. Opponent with the Electro as well. Okay, so Mirror-esque, maybe? I don't think we're slamming Black Bolt into Space Throne. Opponent wants to snap. I really wish we had another 5 in hand here to kind of smooth this over a bit, but I don't think we need to. I think I'm just going to be slamming this Black Bolt. For sure, yeah, it's not easy to... Oh, okay. Hobgoblin is pretty bad for us here, actually. We might need to move this out. To answer both of those questions that we get asked plenty, next meta video, tier list, coming on Tuesday. We have enough information to work with that we intend on releasing it on Tuesday, so stay tuned. You'll have a video and the article on Tuesday afternoon, my time somewhere. The reason we do not track mobile games is unfortunately the technology required to make a mobile tracker is basically stuck behind walls that Second Dinner do not want you to access. You basically have to hack into the game to be able to create that kind of thing with real-time data in memory. That's not something we ever want to do. It's not something we're interested in doing, and nor do we ever intend to do. So until that information becomes freed up and available and happy for us to use without having to alter game files, we can't make it. And if it does become available, and with their blessing we can, we will. But that's basically how that works, unfortunately, is it's just not something that we're allowed to do. Well, not something we should do. You have to enter game files that we really don't want to enter. I think we beat Galactus, folks. Opponent must have forgotten that we can move the Hobgoblin over to New York. That did not work the way they intended it to. There we go. Up to 75 as a way to end tonight's stream. Good time. This deck is fantastic. I'm looking forward to making a video about it. Alright folks, unfortunately that is going to be everything from me for tonight. I got some videos to make before I sign off this evening. So thank you very much for hanging out and enjoying the live streams as always. If you haven't and you want to make sure you get more of these in the future, do me a favour, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you subscribe to the Marvel Snap Zone. We appreciate all the love and the support. And also, just like this video. Just like the video for me, like the stream, help it reach more people. All of that is very, very much appreciated. But until Monday night, where I will be back with a teaser of some of those tier list decks. So make sure you're around for a nice early taste of tier list decks. I will see you Monday evening at 6:30 PM GMT. Until then, I have been HowlingMines. You have been amazing. And this has been Marvel Snap Zone. Take care of yourself, folks. Have a good one.